Medical units, stand by. 30 seconds to contact. 20 seconds. 15. 10. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1.
We got him. Let's go.
And good evening to all you art aficionados and comic book connoisseurs. Welcome to the show. This is Proof of Comics, number 86. I'm your host, Frédéric Guimont. Welcome to the show. We got a couple of co-hosts with me today. As always, I always think of Garth when I introduce you, Wrangler. As always with me is Garth. How you doing, Wrangler?
Oh, hold on. What's going on, everybody?
Thanks for being here, man. Happy to see you. And tonight, returning from last week, we have returning guest Chris Fisk, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, party on, Fred.
Party on, Chris. Woo, woo, woo.
Yeah.
Swing! Swing! Oh, dude, we have to have the top 10, some sort of top 10 at some point. But Wayne's World is the OG YouTuber, man. It's like public access TV from his mom's basement.
Well, what about Aurora, Illinois, from pumping up the volume?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's say hello to the chat real quick. We got Ryan here. Great updates on your website. Thank you, sir. Yeah, we'll be getting into that. Stirred a little bit of drama as well, which is always nice. That's great for the ratings. Aloha Saboteur. How you doing, my friend? Saboteur is getting his campaign together. He's got some stuff that he's got to fix, but he's launching, and we're gonna have him back on the show soon to talk about that, and maybe look at his trailer and look at what his campaign is offering as well. I'm excited for that. Yeah. Adam Weber is here with the Canadian flag, which is a callback to our Commando streams where we fly the American flag at the top of the show. It's good to celebrate the Canadian flag. We probably won't have much time left to do that. So might as well make the most of it while we can. And we got Wrangler. Wrangler's clone is in the chat. Always, you never have too many Wranglers.
Everywhere.
Rosario, who was on the panel on Comicsgate Saturday. He's always, our faithful minion in the chat. And he was on panel. He was graduated from the trenches of the chat room up into the panels.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if that's a promotion or a demotion. It depends on your point of view. But I was happy to have you on, man, as a fellow commando. It's nice to see you here tonight. Welcome, sir. And we got Yung Wong. Nice to see you, man.
Hey.
I got your DM. It's good to see your services. Yung Wong is an incredibly talented artist who's proficient in technical drawings as well. So it's nice
cool.
to have you here. Frequency Studios is everywhere.
Hey.
There's too many frequencies now. We're outnumbered here. Soon we're going to be taking a vote, and I'm going to be voted off the show. I don't like this. Shucks. Welcome. All right, let's start with a musical bed. Let's put a little bit of audio in the background, so whoever's talking now will be garbled. Pillars of Eternity. How's this? Oh no, I'm going to fall asleep on that one. Fallout. It's always good.
Sweet. Yeah, that's apropos to what happened to me this week.
Oh, okay. So do you want us to open up with that? You've got a story?
Yeah. I don't think I'm ever going to be cut out for like war or military or. Have you ever had something that like scared you so much that afterwards you thought it was funny?
Sure. I mean, it always varies the length of time it takes before you think something is funny. But yeah.
Yesterday, I was driving back from lunch, and on my way home, I'm close to my house or whatever. And as I'm driving down this main road, a building exploded.
Well, you are living in the United States, right?
And I don't mean like wow, like the windows went out or like, like bang boom. I mean the ground like belched upwards, knocked my car into the left lane. And I thought I got hit. I thought I got rear-ended until I looked in the rear view and saw flaming shrapnel falling behind me. Whoa. And this like I don't even know how to describe it. It was like an afterburner jet.
What?
Like spilling upwards from this building.
Did somebody eat Taco Bell and go use the bathroom in the basement?
No quiero morir. Yeah, apparently it was a natural gas explosion. Ooh. And 2 firefighters were on the scene investigating, and they got rocked. Like if it fucked my car up, dude, that much, from like I was easily 50 feet away.
Please tell me everybody made it out of that thing.
I think surprisingly.
I think. Yes.
Yeah. Everybody. Yeah, everybody, including the 3 firefighters. Apparently, first report said there was like life-threatening injuries, but apparently that wasn't true. Everybody made it out okay. But I'm just thinking, I was like, I'm in my car. The back end got lifted probably an inch. Yeah, hallelujah. But like afterwards, I was like, I was like all like. Wow, like I'm ruined for the day. Like I was in meetings and I'm just like, freaking house, like a whole building blew up.
Well, the important thing, and don't answer this question, is hopefully you didn't soil your pants. But,
no, I surprisingly have good sphincter control. But
maybe you are ready for war. Maybe.
But like I was shaking like a Parkinson's patient. Like afterwards, I was like, oh my god, like I got out of the car, like I got home and I'm like doing like a damage assessment on my car, and I don't know how I got unscathed because shit was like burning debris was like flying in front of, behind, like in every which way. It was like, remember like in the 80s, like when the Dukes of Hazzard would like blow up an outhouse and stuff?
Yeah.
That's what it was just like. An outhouse.
Yeah, this was like a 4-story building or a 3-story building.
Damn, man, that's pretty intense. Yeah, I hear you're supposed to be just walk away from explosions without looking back.
But back, yeah. Who pooped? Oh my god, dude! Like, yeah, that was my adventure for the week, though. Like I was just panicked the whole time. Like when the shit was happening, I'm like, I think I ran a red light. I was like, I don't know, man. And then I got home and I'm like, I don't know how I got here, but I recall flames, and then my phone had one of those like Amber Alert things on it that's like, there is a gas leak in your area. Be
No
prepared
shit,
to be
Sherlock.
evacuated. Like, I think we're a little late to the party.
I already evacuated my pants.
Yeah, you launched into your driveway like Dukes of Hazzard, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Boom! You went flying through the air. You need a Dixie air horn on your car now.
Yeah.
You know, I have one of those, and I put
What's
it.
that?
I used to have one of those, and I put it in a crappy little throwaway Ford Tempo.
Oh, dude, Tempos are built like a tank, man.
Yeah, I drove around that thing honking the horn, and people are like looking, expecting to see a sports car. Nope, there's a crappy
Or a
little
truck.
Tempo.
Yeah. You can bruise someone's ego with that Wrangler.
Yeah. And I
So,
wanna get
yeah,
mine
this
like a
is,
Spanish fleet.
This is
Except
actually,
for some guy that didn't realize a light turned green once.
Rosario, this is actually the Fallout soundtrack, so I'm playing a little bit background music. 'Cause, you know, especially when you're on an art stream, on a live stream doing art, sometimes you just zone out and it gets quiet. You know, you think you're watching an Eric July stream, but no. So having a
man.
little bit of background music kind of, you know, gives you that ambiance. There you go. Took the words right out of my mouth. Yeah. And, you know, I haven't even watched the second season of the Fallout show. I just hear bad things about it.
Yeah.
While I did enjoy the first one, yeah, I'm not enough to watch a show that completely, like, ignores the canon from the games. They're basically making the new canon from the show.
I caught so much hell for my scathing dislike of the Fallout show because of like
Season 1, you mean?
yeah, because like I saw the rot, like I saw the pro-communist propaganda, I saw the they them in the Brotherhood of Steel, which would have never happened.
Yeah.
And I was like, yeah, this is crap. And I was on a stream, I can't remember which one it was, and they're like, well, that's, you know, because I was talking about how like in the Fallout lore, like it wasn't like the capitalist, like this whole thing about like Vault-Tec somehow like started like the nuclear holocaust so that they could, you know, rule the world or whatever. I'm like, that's not how it happened. Like it was literally the commies hit the panic button after you know, the mechanized infantry was in you know, crossed the Bering Strait and was, you know, going into China.
Yeah,
So
but
it's basically
but that's what you're gonna get when you allow commies to write your fiction.
Exactly.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I had to deal with more of that today. It turned out there was a video I missed for all the yearly training instructional videos, and so it was just hour-long how to deal with making sure you're sensitive to everybody else, never make anyone uncomfortable, when to report to HR. I swear, there was more testosterone in the Bravo TV network than this thing. You can watch Queer Eye for the Straight Guy and see more common sense. It was like, this was bad. I'm like, what am I catching the next episode of LGBT? This is horrible.
Yeah,
It was just sheer propaganda and identity politics. It was unreal.
Yeah.
Yeah, I worked for an AI company for like in the 2020, and it was going full DEI, and like,
Oh no.
it was like I don't even think I was aware of what DEI, the term, just yet. It was like it was blowing up, you know. And I guess a little bit because we had seen all the feminism in the movies was going full.
Back when we still
blast.
called them SJWs.
And yeah, we had a Muslim HR woman. We
Oh.
had, like presentations, like re-education presentations with the word allies, and it was just like, oh my goodness, like you sank into your chair watching those things. You're like, oh my god, this is like total fucking programming. And they were like so happy to be able to giving us their ideology and their propaganda. And most people in the company were going along with it. They were younger, they were more liberal,
Retarded.
and you know,
Whatever
I
happened
was,
when we could just let people be people and be chill with
This
it,
is
you know?
what happens when you let people be people, man. They want to be like freaking fish and shit.
Yeah, I have a theory that when we got rid of bullies out of the schools, we disrupted the natural ecosystem. You know, like the freak shows, the locker gnomes have become the bullies now.
No.
Yeah, I looked it up. There's some serious repercussions if you stuff someone in a locker nowadays. Not that you have any lockers left that are big enough to do that anymore.
Hold
Primarily
on.
just like in the locker room gym or something, but like the regular school lockers.
What do you
they
mean
don't make
you
them
looked it up?
anymore.
What were you planning to do, Wrangler?
I wanted to know whatever happened to the bullies. You never hear about actual bullies anymore, other than some name calling. Oh, boo-hoo, nobody cares about that.
No, the
And it
the
said
bully.
that there's serious legal repercussions if you shove someone in a locker now. Unlike back in the 80s when you did it, it was like maybe you might get spoken to by a teacher. Now you actually end up dealing with the cops.
Good
No, did you
morning,
see-
Corey.
Hey, Corey, did you see that video of the
Oh,
color
so
guard?
Corey gets a freaking introduction.
Oh yeah. Sorry, man.
Oh yeah. So I'm sorry. We got Scribe in the chat. We got Bootlegger in the chat. We got sweet little Birdie is here with us today for the first time on the show. Sweet little Birdie, who made his debut today on Twitter. Let's take a minute and have a look at this. This
So,
is a
Did some
trailer.
acting the other day.
Yeah, so I launched a trailer, which I made like late last night after this little birdie here sent me some music. I was like, okay, this is pretty short. Let me see if I can do something with it. I threw all my Gator images from the Comics Gator site through Grok Imagine and took the best ones and put this together. So I think, some of you have seen it, but let's watch it one more time. Let me just cut the audio in the background before we play this, because StreamYard is not smart enough to realize you can cut the. Hold on,
Yeah,
I
no
muted it.
ducking.
I muted it, but it's still playing. You mute. Oh, I muted the wrong thing.
There we go.
Human error. Okay, here we go.
That's the sound thing, not the music thing.
Here's our little advertisement for today.
Comics Canada! Comics Canada!
Quiet! I'm trying to draw. Ugh, you little pest. Just hold still. One more peep and you're in the soup.
Love it.
Fun. Yeah, it was real fun. Gave us tons of cocaine. It's great.
Some yayo.
Yeah.
Dude, I lost so much sleep because of that. It's 44 seconds, but I rewatched it for a whole hour, on loop, over and over
I
again.
watched
But
it
you're
a
talking
couple
about the
times,
cocaine.
too.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I watched it a couple of times on loop too. It's pretty good. I like it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it works.
Oh, yeah.
I think it works. It tells the story, what it is
Oh.
to make indie comics in a way. It's got a little bit of fun.
Yeah,
Yeah.
real fun stuff. And look, I even updated my avatar. I got new software so the character's eyes will blink even while I'm talking.
Oh,
Nice.
that's cool. You got new software.
And he'll also blink when I'm not talking as well, which rarely.
But it's not his beak is not opening when you're talking, though.
He is actually. His beak does open. It's just.
Oh,
it's
it's
real
just-
subtle.
It's
Yeah.
too small to see.
Yeah.
Hold on, let me bring you up here on the
Oh
full
boy.
screen.
See, beak is open. There it
Oh
is.
yeah, that's too small. That's too small though. You need to. And he loses his little rosy cheeks too. Yeah. Okay.
Now say Pikachu.
Pikachu.
Okay, our stream's taken down by Nintendo now. Thank you, Wrangler.
Yeah.
We need 80s bullies again. That's
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm just really excited for the website because I've been recently really getting into comics, and I want to support our fellow creators, particularly those who can be very obtuse with deadlines.
Yeah. Thank you, man. Let's have a little look at the website. Speaking of which,
Yeah.
I can put you back here. Just go through. Well, we've got people in the chat. Let me say hi to the chat before we go on into the website. Tenkage's here. Nice to see you, Tenkage.
Hey.
Welcome again. Another Wrangler. There's so many.
Another
And,
I mean, it's a good sign.
And was it Bootlegger Scribe said I should be doing some inking for the big two. Hey, I'm not opposed to paying work. I'm just kind of pretty obsessed with the website right now, and I'm going to be jumping on my own comic soon.
Whoa.
But I am still taking commissions. Speaking of which, I've got one commission I'm working on right now. It's
Woohoo!
almost done. Almost done. Hold on. Let me share screen. Comic Skater. Here we go. So this is the site as we are today. I've got a little note on the front page which says how many books and creators are in the database. So we are at 105 comic books and 159 creators.
Wow.
And I did a new feature today, which I'm pretty happy of. If I take you to the books, first of all, the books, it loads faster than it used to. It's gonna make me lie. That's not too bad. So one of the major issues we had was with what we call wraparound covers, like this one here. So this is Alien Alamo by Graham Nolan. I added it today. So this is actually a wraparound cover. So it would be like super small here and would have the top cut off and the bottom cut off to fit both sides of the image. But instead, I reprogrammed it so it would take wraparound. So if we go into the actual book page, you could see this is just the right side. And here you got the right and left side together, all covers.
Okay, nice.
If I pull it up, you can see both.
All right, a Jeep. I like Jeeps.
So it's handled it's the same image in all three contexts. It's hidden when it needs to be, and it's displayed when it needs to be. So this is one of the books I added today.
So programmatically, did you define like a viewing resolution and then like say just start at the upper right hand corner and go down to the bottom left with that resolution? Like I'm trying to figure out how you did the magic, because
so the magic
not
is
an
done.
easy thing.
Well, it's not hard either. So I'm just giving the image the same height as the other images, as the regular covers.
And then you just right justify it?
And exactly. I right justify it. And then I use overflow hidden in CSS. So basically everything that's outside of the predisposed cover size gets hidden. So it's actually there.
If you right click that and say open image in new tab, will it show the full image?
Hold on. Yeah, it will. Let me just do a test here.
Oh yeah.
Oh, it wants to save it when I open it in a new tab. That's weird. That is so weird. Is it because of a Brave thing?
I don't know. Is it a PNG?
WebP.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, that'll do it.
Okay.
Yeah. Though when I try to steal images from my my multi-cade, like game box art and stuff, there's another one. It's like it starts with an A. It's like ACIV or something.
Oh, AFix or ACE. Yeah.
Those two image formats, for some reason, if you try to open them in a new tab, it just instantly like prompts the save as. So.
Oh, really? That's weird.
Oh, great.
Yeah, but it is the same image. I can't prove it here, but you can try it at home and you will see. Because
the reason why I asked is because that makes it a lot cooler for like automation. Like, so when users are uploading, images to your site for their reach around covers, That's
the thing. People were submitting their images, and you get to. Because everything works fine when you build your website and you're the only one working on it. And other people come in, then you find out what the issues are, right? And people are adding their wraparounds, and I was like, "Oh, the image is like way too small." It's like so. When Charlie, our guest, Saboteur Comics, he sent me his cover, and it was a wraparound cover. So my first instinct was, I'll cut it in half and upload it on the site. And that works, but you're missing out on half of the cover, right? So okay, technically it's the back cover, so you're technically right. But then I was seeing other artists like just upload the full cover, and I was like, it's really a shame to not have those full wrap around. So I was like, okay, well, there's a way to do it. It's like CSS front end work is my specialty. So I know what the web. Yeah, dude, I worked as a front end. What I can't do is back end database stuff. So,
Database, yeah.
So you can
HT
see it
access.
without going like right click. If I just click on it, it just opens up full size.
That's
So
awesome.
You get a preview, so it's the same thing as down here. But
Is there like a special tag that a user has to like opt into when they say?
that's the beauty. So all I'm working is if the image is wider than it is tall, it's a wraparound.
Oh, sweet.
Gotcha.
That's it.
So it's all automagic.
Yeah, well, I'm taking advantage of the standardized cover sizes, right?
Mm.
So you make a lot of assumptions when you make a website. So if someone comes in and breaks that, but covers are covers. I don't. Well, we'll see. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it.
You know, what you need to do. You need to produce Comics Gators stickers.
Well,
Merchandising.
merch. Well, I'm going to start with a flamethrower.
I was going to say that's the one I want.
Yeah,
The kids love it.
Well, everyone's complaining about snow right now, so this is you gotta
Right.
strike the iron while it's hot. Yeah, no, dude. Like I've opened a fourth wall store. What I want for myself is like pint glasses. So I wanted because you got the Comics Gator kind of like logo that you see here on the main page.
Yeah, that's solid.
See,
That
that's
would
the
be-
one I want as a sticker, actually, just like that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Holograph or holofoil.
Ooh,
Yeah, that's easy to do.
next.
That's not a hard one.
Yeah.
You got it here. When you go into mobile mode, it says just CG. So there's one with just CG. So
Oh,
the
nice.
C that's gold and the G, well, those two put together, and it would look great on a pint glass. And on the other side, you could have one of the alligators. Like you could choose which alligator you want, which could be like one from your show, your favorite show. Because like if you go here,
Wow. Look at all those gators.
yeah, they don't all have gators yet, but some of them do. Like this is Peter Gilmore's Friday Night Frights.
That's a good one there. I'd buy that sticker.
Right. That's one of the best. I've got one for Proof of
collect
Comics
one.
since we're kind of like Bitcoin themed. I put a Bitcoin theme one.
Nice.
It's
You know,
like
it's a-
Florida on this website.
Yeah.
Right.
Comics Gator.
This is Mandy's freak show. So I'm like, okay, we're gonna go full freak. So the idea would be, okay, you get a choice of which gator you want, and then you get CG on the other side, which is both Comics Gator and Comics Skate. It kind of like it's a nod to both. They kind of like the branding alludes to the other one, which is kind of nice.
Very nice.
Of course, you got
And-
Trash Cast, which got the trash can, all that good stuff. And okay, so one feature that I added today, which is highly controversial,
Oh,
and it got somebody pretty upset.
Oh.
So if I go to a book, say, I'll just choose a book that pretty recent, maybe. Say date added descending. Yeah, okay. So one that hasn't maybe all the things yet.
Oh, it's Aaron's book.
Aaron's book. Okay, so I have to sign up.
All right, let's all pay attention to the keystrokes.
No, it's it'll remember. Oh no, it won't remember. We're good. Okay, we're good. We're good.
All
Oh, hold on. Wait, what? Am I logged into the right one? Oh no, I selected the other one. Hold on. I got it.
boy, oh boy.
Hold on. We're doing this live.
I'm writing it down. It's asterisk, 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 asterisk.
Okay, so this is what it looks like when you're like administrator on the site.
Okay.
Now, if you're just so if you were Aaron, you could edit that's the same way. So when you own the page, or if you're credited on the page, so like even Jose Garcia could come in and edit it. I figure if you worked on the book, you've got like some authority to add and contribute to it. We'll
Yeah,
change
that
those
makes
if people start abusing the permissions. We'll change them, but you can always undo these things. It's not
All right.
a bank website. So one of the things, if you want to add a writer role, you click writer here, and then you can select from all the creators,
Gotcha.
right?
Oh wow.
So Aaron Lopresti, he's that's somebody else. You got Aaron C. I can't add him because he's already added, but if I was going to add like Alzir, which is a colorist, I can add him here, and whoop, here he is, and I can remove him.
That's
then-
cool.
Now he's removed. Boom.
And people
there we go.
don't like that because they're like, hey, you can fuck
So-
with my page. my
Here's the
friend."
here's the controversy. If I type letterer, hold on, is it not working?
Is there only one letterer, Eric Weathers?
That's the thing. That's the thing. It doesn't seem to have taken effect for some reason.
Oh no.
I pushed it. Okay, maybe it doesn't work on this Brave browser. I should have tested it. But on Firefox, it worked today. I tested it out. So
Alright.
it pre-selects Eric Weathers. Eric Weathers has done like 90%, 99%
Yeah.
of the lettering in
Yeah.
Comicsgate books. Like he does everything. And this upset somebody.
Really?
Let me show
Why?
you the.
Is it Van Skyver?
No. Van Ethan has.
Not yet. Gotcha.
I haven't gotten.
Yeah,
feedback.
wasn't he a letterer for EVS?
Yeah. No. He is.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't know why EVS would be. He was like,
This is
yeah,
our
No, it's
competition.
EPS, so.
So this is my post, right? I'm showing. This is what it looks like on Firefox. It worked perfectly. Might be
Mhm.
just a Brave thing. Maybe it doesn't work on all browsers. So I announce here new feature: adding letterer credits to a book now defaults to Eric Weathers. Eric liked it. He was like, of course. He's like, yeah.
yeah.
He responded like, make me your default letterer. But we have the Don here, who's like, there's more than one letterer out there, dude. For example, I lettered and colored
Of course,
all
he's
NSS 01 comic, the Steins, just last year. So,
Oh,
you know,
good for, yeah, that's good, man.
that's excellent. So I'm responding. It's not locked out by any means. It just means that he is suggested as a default for that role.
Yeah,
Seeing it because you have the other default is select creator.
uh-huh.
So whatever is displayed, you're going to have to type something in to get to your creator.
well, dude, this is in UX terms. This is called saving a click.
Exactly.
If the majority of your use case is Eric Weathers, make that it's kind of like you can always tell when
It's
like
one step
as
shy
the-
of autofill.
Yeah, well, like as an American, like I'm very American centric when it comes to filling out forms, and you'll see in a drop down, like I know I'm accessing like a foreign site or an amateur design site when like the United States of America isn't like the top.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You gotta scroll all the way down past the United Arab Emirates and stuff just to get to the USA. So having Eric as a default, I don't see that as a problem if
Well,
90% of your books are.
He's 99%, and this is not. You're not choosing who you're going to have on your book. Your book's already done. You're entering
Yeah.
this in the database. So
Yeah.
I'm telling you, this is what I'm explaining to
You're
you. It's not locked in by any means. It just means that he's suggested as a default for that role. Seeing as he's the letterer for 99% of the books on here, it seems fitting. And Don answers, disagree. And it's kind of insulting to the rest of us out here busting our asses to get work. You're essentially promoting him as the only available letterer out there. It would be like defaulting all YouTube streams to only Trashcasts because it's the biggest one. Not cool. I'm like, okay, I don't think you understand the context of the feature, Don. This isn't promotional. This is for data entry in the database. At the point that you're entering the data in the book, it's already done. Don't worry, I won't be biased when listing people's services. And he's like, I don't misunderstand. I think you
Oh
misunderstand
no!
that by listing one individual as the default for a service or data entry or not, you're elevating that individual above all the rest, even more so by not listing others available for the same service. Whether you mean it or not, there's more. By
Oh my
omitting
God.
letters, you are telling the creator entering their data and the letterer isn't worthy of the listing. Their guy wasn't good enough, so he doesn't get the props. And then maybe next time the letterer doesn't get a return gig and Weathers gets it instead.
Whoa.
I would argue your best bet is to remain completely impartial and simply let people fill in creative teams on their own. Granted, I'm extremely dense and morally moderately retarded, so it's easy for me to misconstrue your intentions here. But whether, pun intended, you meant it or not, you're basically telling people that Eric is the only letterer that matters. And as I said before, that's insulting to the rest of us. And I just say, all creators are listed for all roles, Don. And he's like, sure thing, Chief. Just not as default.
Oh my God.
I was trying to
was
give you...
listed alphabetically, and there was like a guy called like Aaron or something.
Well, that's the thing. And it doesn't like default to the first one. It defaults to just an empty, something you can't click that says choose choose creator is what it defaults to. So
yeah, you'd need an extra click there. Like if you're 90% of the or 99% of the worker, creators, this just saved you a click. And if you're the 1%, like me, I would just click it and scroll down to find my name.
Wait, you mean you wouldn't get like upset and mad and just like get on Twitter?
I would be a little weirded out if the only option was Eric Weathers, because I'd be like, I don't really want to attribute Eric Weathers to my lettering, but
well, that's the next step, Chris. You see, I'm just slowly inching you guys towards that, obviously.
Yeah, you're normalizing it.
Eric, I expect my check in the mail soon. So it was like, I was trying to give you some advice as a creator and someone who was excited at the prospect of a central hub here in the space. I will be curious to see who your default penciler, inker, and colorists are. Will there be a default writer? Oh, I didn't think of that, but that's a good idea. Well, I should list myself.
You could just you could just make every position default to Alan Smithy.
Yeah.
I'll just put Eric Weathers on everything.
Eric Weathers, colorist. Wait, what?
I mean, I'm not trying to be an asshole about this, and I apologize if that's how I'm coming across. I guess it's my default setting. And I was like, this is data entry. Don. Have you added a book on the site yet? Perhaps you're not understanding the context of the post. And then it moves to check your DMs.
Uh-oh.
And
did it give you an earful in there?
Well, I go to check my DMs and no message had gone through. And then I click on the Don and it's like typing. And it's like typing for 2 minutes before.
Oh, shit!
So he was like telling me to check my DMs as he was starting to write. And it's just more of the same. I'm not going to, I don't think it's good practice to reveal DMs. Besides, there's nothing really new. It's a little bit more of what we saw here and publicly.
Well, speaking of Gators and everything, we need like an Australian Steve Irwin-esque voice. Oh, crikey, he's right pissed off.
Clearly, yeah.
Yeah, well, that's the thing is like,
Yeah, it's a North American misunderstanding.
Like, I mean, everybody's got their own opinions and everything. Me personally, like I was a letterer for my book. I don't care if, but like then again, that's not my job by trade. So
well, that's the thing that's funny too is I'm lettering on my book as well.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'm not hiring Eric Weathers because I even lettered a book for Patrick, and I did it under the pseudonym Frederick Weathers.
Frederick, I'm Guy Incognito.
No one will ever discover my secret identity. Bootlegger says too small to see. That's definitely what she said. Good one. Rosario says very cool. Nolan always makes fun books. What's hard to do is finding the covers. So some people on their campaigns, they don't display the covers. It's just in a small image on like the on the tiers. So I went to eBay and like took a scan like of a photo somebody took, and it's plastic, so there's a little bit of shine in the corners, but that's how I ended up getting it.
here's a weird idea. I don't know if you could probably toss it if it doesn't make sense. But what about like specialty covers, like badges for specialty covers? Like that's a foil cover, or that's a gold leaf cover, or that's an embossed cover. You know what I mean? Like yeah, like little badges on the next to the image or on the image or something that's like denoting that it's not just the cover. Like
Okay.
Yeah.
I get
Yeah,
it.
you could have a drop down menu of all the options, and it could default to Eric Weathers.
yeah, the Eric Weathers cover.
Uh, no, but that's a good idea. Like I've thought, because a lot of the covers have titles as well. Like some covers are like a 24-hour cover, so they're only available for
Wow.
like on my own book. I had a closeout cover of the Rattel cover. It's not exactly 24 hours. It was like over 3 days, but it's just during the closeout period. So that could be the title, you know, close it. So yeah. I mean, there's always these little things like you build on the foundation, you put the essential stuff, and you're always kind of like tackling the priorities, and then you build on that and add little things here and there,
Yeah.
and then you
Because,
break
like-
some more stuff.
Yeah. Well, because like you know, their wraparound covers is like it's a specialty cover. It's not like
Yeah.
you know. But the thing about wraparound covers is at least you have a visual representation of it.
Yeah.
Whereas if it's like this is the special Eric Weathers hollow foil cover, that's not going to
Yeah.
translate to a static image.
Yeah, hollow foils are hard to represent on a photo. Yeah, on a
Yeah.
picture. yeah, for
Yeah,
real.
but if there was like a
But,
little
You'd
little
have
icon.
you'd have to have like when you're showcasing them, if they're like that specialty, you showcase them via video, not image. You have it attached. to
Oh no! So Bancroft did this awesome animated GIF thing, where he was showing off a cover with the spot UV stuff, and it was just an animated white gradient that went over the spots in the UV that were glossy. I wonder if that would be like, I don't know. I'm thinking out loud. Sorry.
video.
No, it's good. Like you were saying, James, like video stuff that's bigger than when I want to go. I don't want to start adding video of the covers and stuff like that. I think it's beyond the scope, especially of the cover. I want to bring up Saboteur's book since he's launching the campaign. He's in the chat right now. Let me bring up Tommy's, because he was. This was one of the reasons. So when I changed this today, Charlie, because you sent me the full cover wraparound, and I cut it in half to be able to upload it the night you were on Comicsgate Commandos. I had technical issues for other reasons, but I eventually ended up uploading your book cut in half. But today I went in and I re-uploaded the full. So here it is. You only see half. This is what you saw yesterday as well. But if you click on it, then you can see the full wraparound.
All right, nice. Look at that.
Edited.
Nice cover.
Let him free. Whip it out Wednesday.
Yeah. So it's much better, dude. It's like wraparounds are great. It's one continuous image. Now, hopefully no one will do any stupid stuff like Jim Lee used to do with 4 wraparounds, like 4 wide, or
Wow.
with a fold out in the back and a fold out in the front.
Oh, I know.
geez.
If one of you guys does that,
No, they're gonna do the thing where like every issue is a portion of a continuous image.
That would be cool.
you know,
I've
if they
seen those.
do that, I'm going to send them one of these.
Oh, there
Good
you go.
news. Your book has been approved.
Yes, you are, Ryan. You're extra lettering because you did the font as well. So that's
For-
both.
For you comics gators down there, I am looking to support. So feel free to chill down there in the chat. Maybe I'll see it. Maybe it's affordable. Huh? Maybe you got some extra copies laying on the ground because I like shit that gets delivered right away.
I got to make
mean,
some.
I can promise you this though: if I buy your stuff, I will heavily scrutinize it on this channel. So if it's actually good, you'll know it from me. If it's
And
not,
when
you'll know
James
it.
says heavily scrutinizes, he means that he has threatened to shred some books
Yeah,
live if they don't
Oh.
make the cut.
yeah,
Damn.
my grading system is the most accurate and profound grading system in the history of grading systems. It
Yes,
is a
it's-
number system that is also goes down to the decibels. That is between minus 100,000 to 1 million. In between that is the score I will give your comic.
Sounds scientific.
Thank
we got
you.
Aaron has joined us. Welcome, Aaron. How you
Hey.
doing,
What's
man?
up?
Hello, gay.
How you been, man?
I'm all right. Just hanging out with a kid at Cub Scouts. So
Nice.
Ah.
As gays do.
Well, technically, James, it's the opposite.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to reproduce when,
yeah, you can't have a baby through a butt.
a butt baby.
God
That's
love
not
the-
what they're teaching in college these days.
What in the butt?
We got a question for you, Aaron. Here is there
Uh-oh.
a campaign for Immortal Rising 3?
So I'm working on the sign up. I can't get the button to work. So Luke Stone said he's going to look at it in the morning. And I was like, cool, thank you. So I tried all kinds of shit. Like I was asking AI, hey, can you write this code so it fucking works? And yeah, nothing wanted to work. So
It's like, no, I can't.
It's like AI's like, pay me, bitch.
yeah.
Yeah. No, I tried signing in as well, and it didn't work out. We tested it.
Yeah, the button wasn't working. So what can you do?
Something's not working. So
Mm-hmm.
I did it all myself too, and forgot to credit myself. No,
Oh,
dude, that's a classic. That's
Yeah.
definitely a classic.
Hmm.
Yes. My next cover is Connector. Yes.
yeah. I don't know. I'm a sucker for the novelty covers though. Like, do you guys have any like specific like types? Like, I like spot UVs or I like
Blondes.
hollow. Which ones?
Blondes.
Well, yeah. I mean, boobs. Yeah, I'll go for that.
There's
I like good writing that doesn't offend me.
We're trying to be realistic, James. We're trying to have realistic expectations here.
These are realistic expectations. We are in the dawn of a new era. Now is the time to not only show that you are an excellent illustrator, but you yourself are excellent in all ways that provide that which eventually makes up the entirety of a comic, which also introduces plots and what goes inside those little word bubbles, dialogue. Show us what you got, and I will scrutinize you here.
That's true, man. To go back to your question, Chris, I do like the die cuts. Like, there's a die cut Wolverine 50 that's kind of nice. I saw one of the weirdest ones that was kind of nice was a friend of mine showed me a Lady Death, who's like, that's an indie developer as well, an indie creator. And he had like stuck on little plastic gems on the Lady Death's outfit. So the cover had little like plastic, representations of gems on. That must have been a lot of work, dude.
I mean, it sounds like
Yeah, especially if you can't automate it.
That's the first thing that comes to mind. It's going to be a lot of work to make something to automate that would be. The cost would be too heavy. You're better off doing it by hand, depending on the amount of copies you're selling.
that's where you start hiring the Amish. Can you gem my comic books, dear Amish?
Well, Lady Death is a pretty sexy cover. I don't think the Amish would be able to handle.
Ezekiel cannot look at the cover while he's putting the gems on.
That's the thing. Is like she's got big boobs and she's an undead vampire or
The
something.
most we can do is build a barn for you to do this yourself in.
From Springer.
We'll make your studio real quick.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
We'll build you a studio in 3 days' time.
I wanted to do
How'd you get the
holographic.
electricity done so well?
I wanted to do a holographic cover, but I'm going with Pete Sabetti's printer. And to do the covers, he's outsourcing the covers to a local printer, and it was just not an option. So I won't have that for my first book. Maybe I'll
Wow.
look into it for the second. We'll see.
You know what you
What's that, James?
Okay, I got your
Did he
tongue.
freeze?
You got cut off or something. You stopped. You can't hear you.
Blonde got his tongue.
Yeah,
What have you been feeding this thing? Blonde.
his setup must have crashed or something.
Maybe a building blew up near him too.
Uh-oh. Yeah,
Well,
I had
there-
a
There
hiccup
he
there.
is.
Oh, you're
Okay.
back.
Hopefully the internet doesn't mess up tonight. But I was thinking white background, blood stain, and you have a coin that is a Bitcoin.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
crashed
no.
again.
No.
Hold on. While he's fixing his setup. Speaking of the internet, we have a report of something happening in on Roblox right now. So you know how everyone's getting deported
yes!
in Minnesota. This is what's happening in on Roblox.
Puedo encontrar a esa voz de ángel que quiero amar. ¿Dónde andará? Voy de este lado. Mi deseo.
Hasta luego, muchacho.
It is kind of funny how all those folks up there that don't like borders are building walls.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
We got Carbon Hart on the panel for the first time. How
Hey.
you doing, Carbon? Welcome.
Oh,
to the
hola,
show.
hola.
What's up, Carbon?
Hail. Is that my new intro, Frederick?
Like Roblox?
Puedo encontrar a esa voz de ángel que.
It will be now.
I like it.
Yeah, right.
I like it.
We got
Perfect timing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, hell, everybody on the panel, good to see you.
Hey, hell.
You're welcome, man. We're just talking about the update on Comics Gator. Some objections. Somebody was very, very upset that I defaulted to Eric Weathers as letterer on the site.
Yeah, I saw that earlier. I tuned in for a bit, and I thought that was hilarious, man.
Yeah, me too.
That whole thread. It's
Oh, I
like you
missed it.
try to do something good, right? Which obviously that site is something good for all of Comicsgate.
Oh,
And now, like, I think this is just the beginning of the hate that's gonna start crawling out.
Yeah. It made me laugh because I'm open-minded. I'll listen to everybody, but if you're wrong, you're wrong. It's like this is data entry. I'm not favoring somebody. This is the time where you choose the name of the person that did your lettering. Your lettering's already done. You're not like choosing a letterer.
Yeah. Oh,
You're-
no. I can't give the credits to anybody else but Eric Weathers, so I guess I have to hire him.
So it's funny because you have the choice. It's the same amount of clicks if your letterer is not Eric Weathers. And if he is Eric Weathers, which applies to 99% of the freaking books on Comicsgate done by him, we have to take him down, ladies and gentlemen. But until we do, we have to save clicks. And that's how we do.
Yeah.
Yeah,
There
honestly,
we
I
go.
think
I'm
part of it-
fixing my name on the panel right here. There we go.
Oh, no. You're going to get...
So when you
Did I
sign
spell
in-
it right? I'm not sure. Did I spell it right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
when
Okay,
you
cool.
sign into StreamYards now, it like erases your previous name and just puts in default Eric Weathers.
Well, that's the default on StreamYards now, yeah.
Oh shit.
Rosario
Subscribe.
says, "Hail Carbon."
Hey.
Honestly, I think part of it, Frederick, is that unfortunately it seems like there are people, and we know about this already, that they can't get attention unless, I mean, they already tried getting attention through whatever they do and it didn't work. So they're not satisfied. And then they basically have to spurg out. And that's their new method of getting attention.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And that's what it looked like to me. I was reading the whole string, the
Yeah.
whole thread.
Mhm.
I'm like,
Uh-oh.
Oh,
It
you cut
even
off. too.
seemed manufactured. I'm
Well,
like,
yeah,
at some point, it seemed like he was pretending to be.
yeah, because I was like, dude, that's why I was repeating. I don't think you understand the context, dude. Like, I was like being friendly, it's like, have you gone in and added a credit? Like, do you understand the thing? And he was like, and to be fair, like he even said, I'm retarded. Like he calls himself retarded at some point, and he's like, and I'm sorry if I'm being this and that. But then he goes on and says how insulted he is and stuff, and I'm like,
Well,
Yeah, that was dumb.
Retard.
At that point, me personally, my response would have been, you know, we agree on that you are retarded.
Damn!
We
You
do
make
agree
a
on
good
that.
point there. Yeah.
It's like when my mom called me a son of a bitch and I agree with her.
Yeah, that's a risky one there.
Yeah, the chocolates came out.
It could go both ways. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that was not a happy childhood. Oh.
He goes, yeah, that was a miserable childhood that I had.
And to be fair, like after we ended, because like I eventually stopped. Like I think the last thing I said to him in our DM, because he just basically said the same thing but in DM. And the last thing I said was just like, "You're wrong, dude." It's like
Incorrect, DSI. Incorrect.
Yeah.
Well,
And then I just saw
it's not even front facing, dude. Like end users don't even see that.
No, you have to be someone who's logged in and who's like adding credits to your page.
Yeah.
So you're probably not doing that if your comic isn't done yet and you haven't chosen your letterer. So that's why I was like felt confident saying, no, you're flat out wrong.
Or
And
you're a user that doesn't even have a book and is just visiting the site because they want to know schedules or buy books or whatever. You know.
Yeah. You can.
You know, and the funny thing is, Frederick, you haven't even done yet the things that we've been suggesting, which is like put Comics Get Commandos at the top of the page.
That's the
highlight
default
that
show
above everything else, you know?
Yeah, I know. I'm not even like everyone's making jokes like, why does every page lead to Rattel? Like, I'm not featured. And I have people that I dislike that are on. I haven't kicked anybody out. There's people who are saying this person is not CG. So I'm like, okay, should I kick him off? And I'm like, well, I'm going to hold out on that, because he's part of the conversation. He's talked about CG. He's got shows. I'm not going to name any names.
Yeah. You know what would be a fun novelty to sell is a torch that says CG on it, and a pitchfork that says CG on it.
It's like your own little lynch mob group.
Yeah, CG, the official CG torch pitchfork.
Suddenly, you're merchandising to ICE protesters.
Official CG pre-made fabricated signs.
Dude, that would be hilarious if you got the
hologram.
wacko lefties. The wacko lefties are holding up like comic skater signs because they think it's like something against ICE.
ICE protester Eric Weathers attacked ICE agent Eric Weathers.
Yeah, on the home page have like a ICE splash page, right?
Oh, I'm going to go change Don's name to Eric Weathers now.
Oh, shit!
Yeah.
It's funny shit. Whoever comes out with a pro ICE cover, I'm buying it.
Oh, dude, maybe number 2 I should do that. But my story takes place in 2023, so it's a couple of years early.
ICE was around then.
Hey!
I'm just waiting for Tommy Lee Jones and Will Smith to show up in Michigan INS Division 6.
Did you see the new Mortal Kombat update with ICE on it?
Finish them.
That's a little jig.
Wait a minute, did I say
That's awesome.
Michigan? I meant Minnesota, or it's Minnesota, right?
Oh, who cares?
They're mostly in Minnesota. I don't know if they're exclusively there though. I think they.
I think they're all over the place.
They're
But that's where that's where they're doing all the weird stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I think Maine. There's issues in Maine, Minnesota.
Oh, no.
Maine. There's a lot of fraud.
Well, there's fraud in every state.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Give them respect on this. It's the middle of one of the coldest winters we've had, and they're still out there. I don't even go outside in this crap. I mean, wow.
Yeah, but some of them might be paid.
I'm sure of it. Yeah.
I think they all are.
Oh, they definitely are. The ones in Minneapolis, those protests, it was proven recently that they're actually getting funded by organizations because they're being supplied with like gear every morning.
Yeah, there's a
so
whole
they can,
organization
with,
behind it. They're funded, they're organized, and they utilize a bunch of unwitting dupes.
They have technology.
Yeah.
So the one thing that really pissed me off, obviously these little anti-ice things over in Minnesota were just because Tim Waltz got caught with his hands in the cookie jar.
Wow.
You know, the billions in fraud. But like the one that got me was the teacher who got his ass beat by the students that were protesting against ICE.
Yeah.
And it was just
I didn't hear this one.
There was a video, and the dude was like seriously, like they were dogpiling on this poor dude, just kicking the shit out of him. And it was like,
Yeah.
these are students getting this violent. The last time I saw students get this violent was in China. You know, the whole Mao Zedong bullshit.
Tiananmen Square.
Yeah.
high
This is
school.
a color revolution.
Well, you know what? I think it's time to bring the tanks out.
Damn straight.
We need to run them over in Minneapolis. All right.
No, honestly, like they've already lost 2 of them, and my thing is let's lose more, because you know, you put a few more in the ground and it will make others like rethink it. They're like, I'm not getting paid enough for this.
I'd like to find an alternate route before that happens, personally. But
Yeah, no, I'm exaggerating.
see
You know, that's my
de-escalation
that's not-
happening. That's the problem.
Well, the whole escalation thing in general, like it was all escalated because they needed to create a diversion from the fact that, you know, billions and some weird YouTuber kid uncovered billions in fraud, and Timmy's like, no, I don't want to get caught. So it, like, you know, start the riots, you know, and it's
This
like,
we're all
no.
we say we essentially are uncovering the Democrat Party's black box, or
Yeah.
black
Yeah.
hole, if you will.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's money. That's money that they stole
Their
from us.
coffers. Yeah,
Well, that's how they're financing all this bullshit too. Is like the money's coming from the fraud. Did you know, like Tim Waltz was he beat all the records of highest grossing politician. He's the one
Yep.
who raised the most money. It's like, I think we know where.
Which
it
is
came
odd.
from
He has
now.
the least charisma.
and I think they said like 18% of all the nation's hospice is coming from like L.A.
Yeah.
because that's what they got going over there. Is the Russians and the Armenians are up on that healthcare scam.
Oh,
They got hospices that are placed around very similarly to the Somalian daycares. Just
the Leering centers.
yeah. They got hospice
Dude,
centers.
that one's too good. It's too perfect.
Leering.
It looks set up.
Well,
We're living in a
historic.
parody film, man.
Well, this shows you how, like, you know, these elites, these aristocrats, part of the ruling class, how they're just as stupid, if not dumber, than the rest of us.
Well, those
I mean,
were
these are these are like
civilians.
rookie mistakes, dude. Like, I could do better fraud if I wanted to.
Oh, speaking of which, you guys hear about that whole Billie Eilish thing?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. There's somebody raising a Kickstarter.
Nobody's illegal on stolen land yet, so some dude's going over there to camp out in her driveway and say,
Well, there's
Yeah, they're trolling her hard over that. They've been
There's an
using that
Aus-
line for a while now. The whole nobody's illegal. On
well,
stolen
and
land.
it turns out
Now it's
yeah,
like, oh, Billy, you got a nice big mansion. Nobody's illegal, and yeah, you stole the land. Yeah, we're gonna take it back. We're actually gonna go into your mansion now.
yeah. What territory was it? Way back, because the tribe is still around, you know, and they even addressed it.
Well, that
Talk about it.
Native Americans weren't this like utopia before the evil white Europeans
Sure.
came in. They were killing each other and like stealing land and all that crap long before. They just
Right.
This is why I hate Marxism. Like, I hate this Bolshevik bullshit because it gives a platform to history's losers to become grievance mongers.
Yeah.
I do enjoy the noble savage trope in a story, but to revise history to be that's all they were everywhere is so inaccurate.
Even then,
Yeah.
like, if you were to ask her who the land was stolen from, she probably would just said Mexico.
Yeah, I love when like
Now,
yeah
you
they
know,
talk about how. Oh, sorry.
they are the gatekeepers of the education system.
Yep.
Oof.
You know, with the whole, the institution of the Department of Education and colleges. But ironic, is said about the history, because they claim to know the history, but if they knew it well, yeah, like what you just said, the tribes of the Native Americans, they were not organized. They were all killing each other. They were small, localized. So the entire continent was not unified. They were stealing the land from each other. So, you know,
Yeah.
this whole stolen land nonsense, my response to that is that the entire world is stolen land at one point in
Yeah.
history.
I say
Yeah,
that
because they're human beings, just like everywhere else. You got some that are cool and some that are jerks,
the
and that's
reason
just
that-
humanity
The
everywhere.
reason that Mexico claimed the land was because Spain claimed the land before
Yeah,
them.
which
And
were Europeans.
Spain just claimed the land through the doctrine of discovery, which was a Spanish doctrine that dictated if you come across any land and there is no Christian king, you get to claim it as your own. That's why there's not like these ancient Mexican settlements from decades yonder anywhere around here, because this territory was just, they looked at it and said, ours. And there you go. That's the Mexicans' claim.
At the end of the day,
They
it's
literally-
a moot point. It's a moot point to try to say
Yeah.
any land was stolen from anybody, because we have a long history of battle. And that's what a lot of people forget. Like, only a few hundred years ago, people were still fucking killing each other. You know, like, we have the comfort of living in modern America where you could just chill out and say whatever you want with, you know, the Constitution. But just a few hundred years ago, you'd have to fight for survival, you know?
Yeah.
And but at this point, we need to accept the nations that exist. It's a moot point to be like, oh, what about Africa? Africa's still killing each other for land, by the way.
Well,
So
I mean, all that, but also, you know, they need to remember, you know, fuck them. Like, what are they gonna do? You know what I mean? Fuck them.
They
Well-
refuse to realize the natural truth, which is the land belongs to those who can take it and defend it.
Yep.
We have Eric Weathers in the chat. Oh no, I mean Don. Don is here. How you doing, Don?
Oh shit.
We were just going through the thread today, talking
Yeah.
about it. Hope you're having a good time, man.
Oh, he calmed down now. He's a nice guy now.
He says, "Just breaking balls. Have a good show."
He's breaking the balls. He's breaking the balls.
Well, he's
He
our
was-
competition on Saturday. You know, Carbon. He's like he has the studio.
Yes.
which-
I know about that, which, by the way, is intentional. Yeah, you know, at the exact same time Saturday night, the Don draws. Hey, I get it, man. You're vying for clout, and that's what you did on Frederick's thread. By the way, that's what you were doing. You were reaching for clout there.
Guys should just stream snipe each other and like do a simulcast.
No, we need like a Grok Mortal Kombat game. You know?
Yes.
You can get Terror Dome, which is
By the
Oh,
way,
it's G.I. Joe, right?
I don't know if my mic's too loud or whatever. Just let me know.
No, you're pretty
No,
good.
no, you're
sound
coming
good.
great, man.
You're pretty
Okay,
good.
cool.
Yeah. Yeah, dude, Terrordrome, that's the one where you could play like Pinhead from Hellraiser versus Chucky.
Yes, that's the free one you can download for free. It's basically a pirated game because it's 100% like somebody just made it, threw it on the internet with zero licensing.
Yeah, it doesn't sound
Like,
like it could be licensed.
They have an official version that you can buy on Steam, but that one just has basically what do you call them? Free domain characters. Like
Oh,
you'll
Jack
have
Ripper.
like you'll have Dracula, the Invisible Man, all those old school ones. They're all in that. But if you want the one with Pinhead and all that, that's free. You can find it for free online.
yeah. Yeah, I think it was done in Mugen, which is like a fighting game creator.
You can even play as the Reanimator in that one.
Yes! Dude, I recently rewatched The Reanimator. I didn't really... Dude, what's his face? What's something Coons there?
Jeffrey Combs.
Jeffrey... Dude, that guy's an awesome actor. Holy shit.
He's
He was
up-
the best character in all of Star Trek. He was Shran.
Yes! Yeah. Well, have you ever seen The Frighteners with Michael J.
yeah.
Fox?
Yes.
That,
I'm an
he
asshole.
stole the
I
show.
love that.
I like
Great
it when he's
movie.
like, "You're just an asshole." It's like, "Yes, I'm an asshole." With an
I like how
Uzi.
he couldn't handle women shouting at him.
Yeah.
And like the first time it happened, and he just like crumbled. He's like, oh, and he's like having like a panic attack and shit. I fucking
Yeah.
lost it.
He's good in a lot of stuff. He's very memorable. He's a very memorable actor. That
Yeah.
Jeffrey Combs did his thing.
Yeah, he was Wei Yun on Deep Space Nine.
Wei Yung or Wei Young?
Way
too young.
But he was. I liked him so much better as Shran in Enterprise.
Yeah, they made
Shran
the
became my favorite of all Star Trek characters.
Yeah, he kind of reminded me of Red Foreman from that '70s show.
Oh, Clarence Claviger. Classic
friend knows
character from RoboCop.
Yes.
Or the
That's why I was
Adventures of Beans
terrified.
Baxter.
Speaking of RoboCop, did you guys see that show that they're working on, Terminator and RoboCop?
Yeah.
No, I didn't.
Oh, I didn't see this.
Well, they looked like they were having fun.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
The population's like,
Crime is dropping because there's no more population to commit the crime.
We've gotten to the point where we're actually rooting for them killing all the humans.
Yeah.
CAI are the
I'll
good
be
guys.
back.
Oh, man.
yeah, don't count on it.
You guys were talking about Jeffrey Combs, right? So
Yeah.
a little movie that he actually was the star in that I really liked. I haven't seen it in a long time. I have to go back and watch it, but it's called Dr. Mordred. It's basically like a Doctor Strange, only it's Dr. Mordred. It's really it was 1992 kind of graphics, but it was a Doctor Strange movie, and I don't know, it just made me think of that. So I was looking up some of his. I was trying to remember the name of it, and I found it, and I got the trailer and everything, and I'm like, man, I got to rewatch that shit. It looks good.
Hell yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
I
is
was
that-
astounded
what
by
movie
how
was that?
good-
Doctor what?
Dr. Mordred.
Dr. Mordred. Yes.
I'll bet you the magic system probably made more sense than Doctor Strange as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, whatever that was.
I put the trailer link in the private chat if you care or not. It's not a big deal.
I'm looking at it right now.
Yeah.
Hold on, let me bring it up.
But you know, like, because he's always like a supporting character and always does a great job, and he's always memorable. But like that one, he was actually carrying the movie. So, like that was around the same time that he did was it Eraserhead, shit like that, or whatever it was called. Was
Jeffrey
it
Combs
Eraserhead?
in-
No, Reanimator. I'm thinking of Reanimator.
Yeah,
That's what
yeah,
I'm thinking of. Yeah.
Okay, let's watch this. Let me just stop the music.
Now, to be fair, I don't remember this a whole lot of the movie. I just remember that I liked it when I seen it, and I might have been like 13 or something when it came out. So
Understood.
It's
There's
too late,
plenty of
Aaron.
things I
yeah,
love.
yeah.
We will
Too
judge
late.
you on your movie.
You gotta die on this hill.
Our opinion of you depends entirely on this.
There are plenty of things I
Okay.
loved when I was a kid. When I went back to watch it, I was like, I should have just left it as a memory.
Yeah. Way cooler in your mind.
In a Manhattan department, Dr. M. Tom Mordred has stood guard between our world and the dark dimensions.
Dude, that was totally Larry Elmore.
After centuries of waiting, evil's ultimate warrior has arrived.
Look at that. That's straight off the Dragonlance book.
Cabal is a demon who uses mortals.
Oh, it's Brian, what's the Shao Kahn guy?
What difference does it make?
Wasn't he the X-Files dude?
A sorcerer is not a god.
Oh, wait a minute. So the guy with the jaw, that's Jeffrey Combs?
That's Jeffrey Combs right there.
Yeah, the math teacher looking guy.
Yeah.
Oh, that guy.
Yeah,
Combs?
And then the big dude, his name's Brian. He was in a ton of. He was in Star Trek.
Yeah, the other guy.
He was in X-Files. He was in Mortal Kombat.
He was in the first Terminator. He was the one that Arnold stole his jacket.
Yep.
He's like he used to be the stock character of like this big dude with a crazy jaw, basically.
Yeah. Yeah.
The Glenn Quagmire of bodybuilders.
Yeah, he's played mythical gods a couple of times.
Yeah, he was on a show called Kindred the Embraced. He played the head of the Bruja clan. It's based off of the Vampire the Masquerade show.
Yeah. Played a lot of vampire.
He played a Titan in Charmed.
Oh shit!
Okay, there we go. All right, so I'll do you guys another one. He played, I believe it was a sheriff in a Florida town in like a short-lived series on Fox. And if I remember right, he's just like he'd ride around on a bicycle because they were on a small like key island.
If it was on Fox and it was cut off soon, it must have been good.
I know,
like
so many good
Firefly,
shows.
Sarah Connor Chronicles.
Yeah,
you remember? Have you guys remember? There was one called like Not Quite Human.
It sounds familiar, actually.
It had what's his face in it? Judge Dredd himself. God, what the hell's his name?
Carl Urban.
Yeah, Carl Urban. He was a cop, and he was assigned a new partner because his previous partner died. Yeah, and it was a robot, like a
oh shit, that was like early '90s, wasn't it?
I think it was like 2000s, but yeah, that was a damn good show. That even had the captain or like the lieutenant or whatever was Fez from that 70s show, but he was all jacked and everything.
Oh yeah,
like,
it must have been.
Doesn't even look like him.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, let's finish
Fox,
this one,
dude.
The apocalypse. Our powers can be amusing. This man's gonna die.
Dr. Mordred, master of the unknown.
Yeah.
Okay.
Actually,
I
looks kinda
unironically want to see it. Yeah.
Yeah,
it
I'm
looks
telling
fun.
you, it's like a Doctor Strange movie before Doctor Strange.
Yeah, because it does feel like that. Yeah.
It actually was supposed to be a literal Doctor Strange movie.
I mean, they even said Dark Dimension.
Yeah.
I think they couldn't get the rights or something, or they lost the rights, or something happened.
Because
like,
Marvel's retarded. Yeah.
We got to Mordred this up.
Well, because remember in '92, that was around the time they did the Fantastic Four movie. That was the time they did the Captain America movie and all that.
The Grand Theft Auto Captain America.
Yeah. Yep.
He just steals people's cars. That's a special power.
Yeah. Or you remember the shield effects on that thing? I've only seen
Yeah, it was like
clips,
a
I
plastic
haven't watched it
shield.
all. Oh, dude, the shield was so
Wait,
bad.
I just saw a clip on Twitter. Somebody shared on Twitter like the best of from that original Captain America movie.
Yeah.
Oh god.
And it's just, oh man, it's rough.
Yeah.
Through that
Well,
shield,
let's see
man,
it.
that
Let's
was
see
rough
it.
to watch.
Yeah, it's rough, like you said.
Have you guys? But you know, it's funny that trailer that we just watched. That reminds me of because you know, like it's so '90s where like the title card looked like it, you know, like they didn't quite get it yet. It still looked a little cheap.
Yeah.
So it had this kind of like VHS feel to it.
Oh
Have
yeah.
you guys heard of Garth Marenghi's Dark Place?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
man.
I gotta pull. I'm gonna
Yeah.
pull this up. Garth Marenghi's Dark Place.
Oh my god, dude! This is probably one of the funniest British comedy shows because it it takes itself 100% seriously, and it's got Matt Berry in it, who I think is one of the funniest British comedians. In the world.
Anyone anyone who hasn't heard of this, you're in for a treat because, yeah, you're gonna end up wanting to watch this whole series, and it's a fucking gem. It came out in the 2000s, and all I'll say is that like it's a spoof of like a late 80s, 90s kind of horror TV show.
Yeah, but it's like Harlan Ellison if he was a terrible writer, like who like took himself way too seriously. He's like, I am the greatest sci-fi writer of all time. Welcome to my dark places.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Actually, like this relates a lot to like the kind of things that we're aware of in Comicsgate for sure. Frederick, I'm sharing it now.
Oh, hold on, let me bring it up.
Man, I'm glad more people have seen this because because it's British, so it's like Americans generally, we don't generally get to see this stuff, but it's freaking
not too many people have heard of this. Man, anyway, yeah. So here it is.
Something was pouring from his
blood.
Crimson, copper-smelling blood. His blood. Blood. And bits of sick. Greetings, traveler. I'm Garth Marenghi, horror writer. You know me already from my extensive canon of chillers, including Afterbirth, in which a mutated placenta attacks Bristol. Back in the 1980s, I wrote, directed, and starred
Is that
in
a real
Garth
term,
Marenghi's
chillers,
Dark
or
Place, a television program so radical, so risky, so dangerous, so goddamn crazy that the so-called powers that be became too scared to show it and gypped me, much in the same way that women have done ever since they sniffed out my money. Only now, in the worst artistic drought in broadcast history, does the channel come crawling back, cap in hand and suitably ashamed, asking if your humble fabulist could once more retrieve dark.
It's killing me.
Yeah, it's all frozen.
Yeah.
Just like my heart.
Naturelmo, I relented and spent over 3 hours of my life knocking together some interviews with the key players in this historic program, namely myself and my pubs for the first time on British television. It had a brief run in Peru.
Yeah, the image is okay. It's come back. It's back.
Sit back, dim the lights, or
Guys, has it been cutting out for you?
No, it's just the image.
Is it too bad, or can I?
It's watchable still. You need to get that better. You need to get better.
All right, yeah, let's try it out. Maybe I can reduce. Yeah, I'm going to reduce the quality a little bit because.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think this should be fine if I reduce it.
Yeah, that'll help.
All right, let's
if
try
it keeps up, you can drop the link in the private chat and when it
we'll switch them off if you don't have dimmers.
Yeah.
Put conventional low. I say, enjoy.
Wait till you see how they treat women in this. Oh, we lost it.
We lost it.
Yeah, do you? Yeah, if you want, just put the link in private and somebody else can share it. But dude, I honestly you can watch the entire series for free on YouTube, and it's I don't know, dude, like how they treat women in this. Just the raging misogynist in me loves the way they treat women.
Keep it going. I'll be back in just 1 second, guys.
All right.
It's like this chick that they're like.
Frederick, hold on. Did Frederick already leave?
Yeah. I think he's pooped.
I got it keyed up for him to share when he comes back.
What a show! Look at all these guys continuously to return.
Sorry, guys.
Everyone's so best.
I do love that episode 1, Once Upon a Beginning.
Yeah. The whole joke is that it takes itself super seriously, and like the guy is a shitty like writer, and like he like self inserts himself in the show to the point where like everybody worships him, and yet somehow like he still looks like an idiot.
Yeah, he's just like me.
I can relate to this guy.
For real.
I put the link in the private chat because my internet, I don't know, it's been spotty lately.
Yeah.
But I think we should watch a little more of it because it's funny because with this show, it's obviously it's a spoof of like this, the kind of cheap budget horror TV show. But at the same time, it's kind of brilliant. Like I actually I enjoyed the episodes of it. I thought it was it's funny, but it's at the same time interestingly like good. You know what I mean, Chris?
Yeah, dude. Just like Speed Racer.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah.
Yeah, Speed Racer is very philosophical.
Honestly, the closest thing I could say that comes to Darth Marenghi's Dark Place is Tropic Thunder, the movie. Like,
okay, cool.
Somebody make fun of writers, like he makes fun of actors.
Oh yeah, dude. Like he's like Richard Ayoade, the Moss from the IT Crowd, the black dude.
Oh yeah, he's brilliant. He's hilarious.
And he's like, I've never acted before. And then they show the scene, and he answers the phone, hello, and then he lifts the phone up.
Yeah, it's so good. It's so good.
All right, you ready, guys?
Yeah, let's see this.
Do it.
Something was pouring from his mouth. He examined his sleeve. Blood? Blood. Crimson, copper-smelling blood. His blood. 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 And bits of...
Fountains of Madness?
Such a shitty writer.
Greetings, traveler.
Brilliant.
If you know, you know.
I'm Garth Marenghi, horror writer. Most of you will probably know me already from my extensive canon of chillers, including Afterbirth, in which a mutated placenta attacks Bristol. Back in the 1980s, I wrote, directed, and starred in Garth Marenghi's Dark Place, a television program.
Directed, and starred.
So
he's a self-insert.
So goddamn crazy that the so-called powers that be became too scared to show it and jip me, much in the same way that women have done ever since they sniffed out my money. Only now, in the worst artistic drought in broadcast history, does the channel come crawling back, cap in hand and suitably ashamed, asking if your humble fabulist could once more retrieve Dark Place from the boxes in his spacious basement and let it loose on its unsuspecting public. That's you. Naturellement, I relented and spent over 3 hours of my life knocking together some interviews with the key players in this historic program, namely myself and my publisher, Dean Lerner. So, finally, here is Dark Place. For the first time on British television, it had a brief run in Peru. Sit back, dim the lights or switch them off if you don't have dimmers, put conventional logic to one side, and enjoy. Well,
I realize he's kind of
enjoy.
He's kind of like Liam Gray, actually.
Actually, I was kind of thinking of. It was making me think of Stephen King when he did the commercials for Maximum Overdrive.
Not impressed. Not impressed at all. It's very easy to get your stuff aired in Britain. All right. Now, Peru. Now, that's hats off to Peru, good friend. Not even I can get into Peru. Good on you.
Yeah, Corey, did they aired this in Australia, right?
I'm Garth Marenghi, author,
Hi, Garth.
Dreamweaver.
I think that's where I thought.
He can only type with one finger.
Yeah, he's a shitty, like everything. He's like a complete loser.
It sounds kind of like Castlevania.
Oh, so he writes on Royal Road, does he? Yeah, that's an opening.
Hell yeah.
Chris is getting some PTSD from this afternoon's blast.
Yeah,
Matt Berry. There you go.
Yeah, dude. Yeah,
oh, that's he's from. That's the same actor from. We were
What we
just
do in the
talking about-
shadows.
Yep.
Yeah, but I was going to say the tech show.
Yeah,
IT crowd.
Yep.
The IT
So
crowd.
that
yeah.
guy right there. Yeah, the
Played
black
the boss.
dude, Moth. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're not a comedy without a black guy.
It's law.
The only one that could was Friends.
Oh, I saw it on YouTube.
Not bad.
This looks
Not
hilarious.
It is. It's one of those things where, you know, like Tropic Thunder or even Napoleon Dynamite to some degree, where like if you just watched it at face value and you didn't it's just like, wow, this is like a really shitty, like this dude's an idiot. Like, and then you look at like the meta and you're like, this is one of the, like, everybody's in on it except for him.
Yeah. Sounds like my
He's,
life.
Actually, let's watch a
Look
couple.
at that. The soundtrack was based on the melodies that Garth Marenghi was humming to himself.
They still had hot babes though. The cat.
Yeah, you saw the hands like throwing. Watch how they treat this chick. It's absolutely fucking hilarious.
Hi, I've come to apply
She's
for the
so
doctor's
quick
job.
walking.
I can assure you my credentials are top notch.
She
I've
missed
just
putting her
graduated from
hand
Harvard
on her
College,
hip.
Yale. I aced
Yeah.
every semester and I got an A.
Well, that sounds excellent. Our last doctor only just recently died in horrific circumstances. Can you start immediately?
Sure, do I have time to go to the toilet?
Not really. I've already paged Dr. Sanchez, who should be here any minute now.
I'm Dr.
For
Sanchez.
writing.
You're a woman.
Yes, I hope that's not a problem.
You're a woman. There's plenty of
I
scale on the
hope
wall.
that's
This is
not
the
a
20th
problem.
century after all. Though some don't like to admit it. Welcome to Darkness, Liz. My hand.
You're right. What?
This is
The
awesome.
writing
This
is
is so
phenomenal.
good, man.
It's so bad. It's like, can I stop?
Oh shit!
It's a young Wilson from House. No?
Are you all right?
For wig.
Not really.
Oh, I hate it when that happens.
Watch when the dude.
Episode 1. To model.
I'm one of the few people you'll meet who've written more books than they've read. I felt I'd taken the novel as far as it could go. I guess it was inevitable that my imagination
Oh
would
my
run
god,
out.
that means he hasn't even read his
I
own
got a
book.
script, read it, scared me senseless, calmed down with Jude, and I said to Garth, I looked straight into his face, I've never been afraid of holding a man's gaze, it's natural. I said, this is going to be the most significant televisual event since Quantum Leap.
Yeah, clearly he's an
And I do
indie
not say
creator.
that lightly.
My name is Dr. Rick Douglas, MD. I got the call too early to grab a shower, so I had to make do with a quick rinse around the key areas.
Whoa.
Some little missy had taken a nosedive in reception, so Muggins was meant to haul us down there and kiss it better.
Now, by the way, is there going to be any copyright issue on this, or is this cool for us to be playing?
No, this is totally free.
Okay.
Yeah, you can watch this completely for free.
Like, who's looking out for this? You know what I mean? Like, some,
Yeah. Yeah, who's gonna claim that? Who's gonna put aside their shame to copyright claim?
I made this.
That's like eating a cop and flipping over a Vespa.
Yeah, but wait, when was this made? Because I mean, it looks older style, but
it's 2000.
the cameras are pretty. Camera work's pretty clean, so it looks like newer tech than what they're portraying.
Oh yeah,
it was made
the
mid
story is-
2000s, like 2005, something like that. But
Yeah,
obviously,
it looks
yeah, it's mimicking. I think it was shot on tape, so that it looks like 80s.
Yeah, well, they say in the intro that like the show was originally filmed in the 80s, but Channel 4 said it was too in his words, it was like too exciting and epic or whatever, and they didn't want to film it, so they left it. He left these tapes in his basement, and then Channel 4 ran out of programming, so they contacted him like 20 something years later, and he's like, "No, I have my vast basement full of." Like he was doing them a favor.
Yeah, right. Well, I've got this on hand. Yeah. Hey, actually, I got I got a question for you guys. So I've heard kind of talk here and there, and they're saying that with the new technology, like actors, you can see every detail of them, and you can tell that they look fake because they're wearing makeup and wigs and shit. And and it's like it's taking audiences out of movies, and it's harder to do movies without CGI because the tech has progressed so much, and they're like, we want to go back to older tech so then we can make it feel less fake, not just for like makeup reasons, but like everything.
Yeah, that happened with graphics too. With pixel graphics, they were made for like CRT.
Yeah,
and
right.
with the sharper image, of like people are putting CRT filters over that.
Yep.
So it looks better.
That kind of stuff. Yep. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Where it's like,
I've seen that on the news too. Like I'll be in one room looking at the news. I'm like, hey, that anchor woman, she's kind of cute. I walk in the other room where there's an HD TV, and I see every imperfection in her skin and the makeup that's all over it. I'm like, holy uncanny valley, what happened to her?
Yeah, exactly. That kind of stuff. Yep. So I don't know. I'd be cool with that. Like, you remember like when Predator came out and it was like in Panavision and you could tell the difference. Like the old style cameras. I don't know. It was a different feel. And I'm not trying to dip into nostalgia. It just I don't know. It just has a different kind of texture to it.
No, you're right, Aaron. One factor is shooting on film, and the thing about Hollywood, a lot of people, they have their own proprietary actual celluloid film that only they produce. Well, this used to be the case. Like, starting from like the 50s up until the 90s, they only used their own proprietary film stock. Okay. So that's why, it has its own, it's like, it's so fine tuned in terms of how subtle the difference is, but you could tell if it's shot on their film. And then also it being 24 frames per second as opposed to digital. I think in the 2000s, digital films started being made, and you could tell right away where you're like, this is like too many frames per second. You know what I mean?
So some things just looked wrong when they started doing that to me. Even though it looked better, it looked worse.
See, one more reason.
What's up, True Man Blue, and have a great night, Charlie.
Another reason to hate on George Lucas, because that's why he said he did the prequels, was to basically create the digital camera tech, because like Hollywood was on the edge of doing it, nobody had done it yet, so he's like, you know what, I'm gonna invent this technology and then make the prequels, to prove it, and and then since then. Everybody slowly went to digital.
I don't mind.
Fun fact.
I don't mind digital at all. I know, like it when you first watch it from basic 24 frames, it looks like it's going faster in general. But whatever. Some people, they just really like that stick up their ass.
But the thing is, I noticed when the camera panned over. It looked wrong to me.
Wrangler's the guy saying this, right?
Yeah.
What's up?
My counterpoint is that when I started seeing digital, like high frames per second, and it got sharper than like celluloid, to me it felt like I was looking at somebody's like home videos of like a digital camera.
Yeah, it really did.
It looked too close to life. But that felt weird though, because it didn't feel like a movie. You see a movie like Gladiator, right? And you want to be like, okay, this is not current day. This is thousands of years ago or whatever. And so you don't want it to look like it's recorded today, Yeah.
But the first place I noticed it, I was watching the movie Multiplicity. And when the camera panned over, I'm like, why does this look like somebody's home video? But it's a really sharp picture at the same time. This is weird.
I remember that actually.
It just the way it scrolled to the side. And what is it? Is it because it was more frames per second? Or is that why it had that weird look to me?
Well, yeah, technically, that's what it is. Same thing when
it was originally all 30
TVs these days, they have what's called motion. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Whoever's talking.
No, I was just going to say they did the same thing with the Hobbit movie. They filmed it like in what 48 frames or 60
They
frames
did,
per second.
yeah, pretty high. a very
because
high
they
frame.
to get the 3D effect, and everything was like painted in weird fluorescent colors because it didn't come out right on the cameras if they didn't do that. It was a nightmare for the actors. That's when Ian McGillis, the Gandalf actor, he had a fucking fit on stage. He was absolutely sick of the green screen and stuff. And
yeah,
the first time I remember hearing about like
It did look weird.
That was that was an experiment nobody went on to try again.
Yeah, there was a lot of issues with that movie.
The movie looked like it was constantly in fast forward, like super fast motion.
Well, it's real time is 60 frames per second or faster, and like if you look at like news broadcasts or whatever, it's usually filmed in like 60 or 48 or whatever. But like cinematic film should always be filmed at 24 frames per second. So anything faster than that, it starts looking like you're watching like live TV.
The reason we're used to that is just because that was what we did first, and the only reason they decided to do that first was mostly because of it's cheaper.
Yeah, fewer frames. Yeah,
and you were talking about 4K earlier. Like when 4K came out, I remember hearing or reading articles that it was kind of hurting the porn industry because they were usually the first to adopt technology, and the actors, you could see every fault on the actor's skin, right? You saw every
that girl has HPV.
Every pore.
No, it's actually very true. Yeah, what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah.
Ironically, a lot of what happened in the history of Hollywood was driven by pornography, because same thing with
the ones who decided beta versus VHS.
Yeah.
Almost every technological decision is pushed by pornography.
And the same thing with even censorship in terms of censoring movies from having sex scenes. Or actually, what was it? In the 70s, once pornography was able to produce like full-fledged, filmed pornography, at first there was resistance, and there was a proposed bill to actually ban it from government. And the defense of it came from Hollywood because of the fact that Hollywood said, well, it's a slippery slope.
Cult.
Well, yeah, I mean, you could look at it that way, but also their argument was if you ban pornography from being produced, you could ban art. You could ban nudity in film altogether, right? So then that's how it ended up being. They backed off of it, and then pornography was able to be filmed. But also, that's the origin of it having storylines. So that originally they produced complete movies that had sex scenes, in it as a pornography.
I did hear an argument that modern day porn probably couldn't live up to the same scrutiny.
How so? What do you mean?
I mean, just how porn was back then compared to today, and how hardcore it freaking gets, and the
totally.
Easiness of it, like they say, modern day porn, if really put underneath the microscope, probably would not hold up to obscenity laws. It'd probably break a shit ton of them.
Oh, totally. It's funny because it was a slippery slope, because then it proved their point that gradually over time it got more and more hardcore, and then less and less with a plot, to the point where now, I mean, literally smut is legal, and it's on the fine line of being something that's like, what I'm talking about, where you can't even tell if it's like a crime being committed on camera.
Absolutely.
And unfortunately, it probably still has better rating than half the crap.
There is, and also on
these
top of that
days.
one, there is a lot of crime, because it seems like every time you put any one of these big websites underneath a microscope, like Pornhub, they were saying, well, it's better that people watch porn on Pornhub back, when they had that thing where the state was going to ban them. So it's better to watch it on here than elsewhere. And then so they put Pornhub under the microscope and found a shit ton of kiddie stuff on there. And then same thing, every time they look into another big website, put underneath the microscope, oh, look what they find here, a bunch of illegal shit. So, it's crazy. It's crazy, but it's like this bedrock that's found its way into our society and inserted itself.
Yep.
Well, yeah, it's a pernicious goblin problem.
And you say it's legal now, but it's beyond legal because
it has.
You're right. You're right, Chris. It's beyond legal in the sense that like kids can't avoid being exposed to it. Like it's so everywhere on the internet now.
Yeah, just like in 1930s Germany and Weimar Republic.
Yeah. So how did they ever solve that, Chris? Do you remember what was the
Yeah, I can't remember. There was a good solution. Hold on.
Yeah, but tell me just the final solution.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, in my opinion, and this
talked about but never written down.
This is a bit of a puritanical take, but I think that what we just said proved the point how the slippery slope leads to things getting worse and worse. Fundamentally, you know, the rationale behind banning pornography is the same as banning prostitution. You know, because it's like, you know, you're paying somebody for sex, but the only difference is there's a camera in the room, right? So then, you know, at that line, I think it should already be cut off. We'd be way better of a society if pornography was.
Yeah, I heard there was a state where, like, if you were to get a prostitute, they would bring a camera and film it because if they would get arrested by police, prostitution was illegal, but pornography was legal. So if they were filming it, it was okay. So that was the
it's a technicality
around it. Yeah.
Yeah, no, but it's absurd.
Yeah,
it's ridiculous when you think about it.
You're under arrest. No, we're filming a porno. You don't even have a
now you have
camera here.
OnlyFans.
But you don't have a camera here. Don't worry, we'll fix it in post.
OnlyFans makes it even worse because you could just say, "Oh, I have an OnlyFans."
Yeah.
So like that's the end of the conversation right there.
And you have a lot of quote unquote OnlyFans models where they start the moment they turn 18 and they magically have 200 images to upload.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. The Olsen twins all over again.
OnlyFans models can't travel to a lot of countries because they're considered sex workers.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, that's right.
Well,
what about Only Hands? Can you still travel?
Yeah, but I have to put my hands in my pockets.
And how many of those countries are Muslim?
No, just dude, in Amsterdam, you can't go to Amsterdam if you have a background in sex worker.
Well, Aaron said it.
Women get like interrogated at the border. Like I drove into to Amsterdam once from Germany, and dude, it was like an hour long. Women police officers would come in and drill all the pretty ladies to make sure they weren't going into Amsterdam to sell their dairy.
Wait.
Raising.
The ladies would be drilling the pretty ladies?
Yeah.
You had my interest. Now you have mine.
Yes.
Choice of words.
I'm planning to make a comic about this,
was,
Chris, and I'm starting a crowdfunder right now.
Yeah.
Notice how it was
You
the
can check out
female
his
officers.
crowdhating on OnlyFans.
Oh yeah, nobody
They were
hates
the ones
women
mad
more than
about the
other
women coming into Amsterdam, but that's hypocritical too, though, because as you know, Amsterdam has the red light district.
Well, that's why they drill them. They don't want competition.
That's what I mean.
Mess with the local
Yeah,
economy.
they're jealous. They're like, "Oh, you're gonna bank off our country? Fuck you."
Exactly.
Yeah, just like we're doing with our Somalians.
The Somalians.
The Somalians, the eagles across the board, get them out of here.
Are they only drilling the pretty ladies? If so, half the OnlyFans models are probably getting in there because they don't have their filters on.
You know, I did see this funny meme where it's like it shows just this line of tanks and artillery going off, and it says what white liberal women would be like if all the illegal immigrants were hot chicks.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah.
Totally.
It's really
They
weird.
don't, they don't want children. Remember?
No, the airport experiment where they got that hot chick on the escalator at the airport, and the camera starts panning over at all these women looking at her, and like they're all just disgusted. Like all the dudes are either not paying attention or like, oh, cool, hot chick, you know. But all the women, they have this look like somebody just dropped a huge, like, you know, right in the middle of like New Delhi shit.
They are seething.
Yeah, it's disgusting.
There's, you know, men and women are inherently different. there's something there that we need to explore more, or has been explored and has remained unpopular on purpose. That intrigues me. You know, I like exploring these differences between men and women because it seems to be on a like cellular level at times.
Yeah, it's weird how if we see a dude that's really fit and in shape and stuff, to the rest of us, he's kind of inspiring. But when ladies see a woman who's drop dead gorgeous, they just get pissed.
Yeah,
It's the competition. Yeah.
Well, that's why we have ugly women in video games now. It's because you got the female employees making the decisions, and they don't want the men to have a higher standard of beauty than they can fulfill.
Yeah, when the ladies are gamers, they always play the hottest chick they can.
They don't want guys having a good time, is what it is.
Yeah,
that's why women have gotten into video games, into comics, fucking, you know, hot women in comics. No more. You can't see the, you know, TNA.
You're right, and it always comes down to pussy because the men in the industry love pussy, so they invite the women. And then the women get in, they hate pussy, so they get rid of it. They get rid of the, you know, the beauty, those standards and shit like that, you know, because you got to realize the people who want to be in these industries, they're in it for the revolution, man. They're not in it to be a part of an existing culture. They want to reshape it.
James, that needs to be a video essay.
No, there is one gold. I think right here on this show, we figured out the secret, the solution to the immigration problem in the United States.
Well, we know it, and we've been acting.
Here it is. No, hold on. Here it is.
Hot bitches.
Hot bitches.
We push importing all the women from these poor countries.
Oh, the beautiful women. So now all the Karens will be against immigration.
Yes.
That's
So we go,
and if we
so far it's
succeed,
been most
we
red,
win both
right?
ways, Carbon. This is
We get all these
Brazilian babes,
women from all the poorest countries. Hey, come over here, flood the nation with them. Then these white liberal women will go, oh, hold on, I don't know if I like this too much.
Yeah. Bring us your babes.
So it's a win-win.
Bring us
Ryan
your
says-
babes. Bring us your
Ryan-
hoochie mamas.
Ryan says there are only lines in the sand. Lines in the sand mean nothing when lines can be easily redrawn.
You know, I thought about that. I'm really glad you brought it up. The thing is, when people talk about putting a line in the sand, they're talking about this very special cement-like sand called metaphorical sand. You can't even physically touch this stuff. That's how amazing it is. So once the line's there, good luck trying to rub it out. You can't physically touch it.
Agreed. I don't like sand, man. It gets everywhere.
Yeah,
Not like
and
you.
their boundaries mean nothing because they're constantly moving goalposts anyway.
Yeah, bootlegger. I like that title.
Well,
bootlegger.
because they're putting real estate on top of what used to be ethnic nationalities. You know, nowadays it's more statist, sometimes just straight up communist, where no ethnic nationality is allowed. Right? It's just like in America right now, you're not allowed.
It's called eracination.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah,
Take
you're,
that-
that's
take
so
the
true.
roots.
Everybody's equal, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
you're not
take
a
the roots
Mexican.
out of
You're not a Brazilian. You're
You're
not
an economic zone.
You are a Latin.
Yeah.
We're all
You're
one.
South American, yeah, exactly.
Latina.
Here's what every single man needs to do right now in America. Find a third world country that, you know, of your choice around the world.
Study.
Contact poor women there, right? And then bring 3 of them over to live with you. Invite them to live in your home.
How?
3 poor women from a third world country. If each of us does this, we will counteract the immigration that's happening in the United States right now.
I don't know, man. I've been to some other countries.
Well, I mean, but what if I moved to South America and just did a whole Genghis Khan? You know, and I'm just like, I'm raping everybody, or like I got a harem. You know what I mean?
I mean,
Like,
South America's
that escalated.
You might not
quickly.
survive that tour, though.
yeah, like they're already used to crime. You need to go to a place where they're not used to crime.
Okay.
No, but the whole point is that-
non-grapey stuff.
We-
How about
we
I
need-
just collect a harem? And
Well,
then
you could do that.
spread my genetic in South
No, but we
America.
need to reverse what's happening in the United States, right?
Well,
and
let's
this would
go.
do it.
Maybe.
'Cause imagine if every single like white dude who right now the women call them chuds. Like they like to you guys are chuds and we don't want to procreate with you, right? But imagine if suddenly this year one of these chuds were to step out with 3 attractive, thin, third world women, surrounding them, holding on to his arm.
That would be impressed by a Burlington.
It's a common right there. Chud, Lord of the Harem.
Cook, they clean, and they're ready to get pregnant. Better yet, they're already pregnant. 3 pregnant women surrounding you as you walk down the street.
Fuck yeah!
Does anybody know
now that's a flex?
Does anybody know what the term chud actually means?
No
idea.
idea.
Do you?
Yes, cannibalistic humanoid.
It's from that movie Chud.
Dweller. Yeah, from the literal movie Chud. Cannibalistic humanoid underground dweller.
Huh.
It's not that good. Don't watch it.
Yeah.
It's actually really bad.
All right, guys.
Return to Frogtown instead.
I gotta take off. So if you guys are looking for something to watch tomorrow, me and Chris Infinitil over there, we will be putting on a show around 7:00 Eastern. So we're gonna be checking out Fun My Comic and Comic Skater. So just looking at everything. So last week you were on, and the idea was we were gonna check out comics, and then you're like, "Hey, can I come on?" I was like, "Yeah, of course." And then so we spent like a good half the time looking at Comic Skater. So and you've done revisions or whatever. So I want to go back and kind of look over everything,
Nice, dude. And the timing was perfect, Aaron, because I fixed everything for your show. Well, I mean, not just for your show, but like it was kind of the point of the day.
Stuff that we talked about. Yeah.
And what we mentioned during the show, I added it all to the calendar. And the next day, Liam was reviewing the website, which and he's going to be showing the ad I made tomorrow on his show. Maybe I'll hop on his show as well. We'll see. If you guys want, I can drop in on Indie Comics as well.
Well, of course, I'm going to put it in the DM group. So
sweet.
You have access to that. So of course, just jump on whenever.
We'll do good. So
all right. Anyways,
on.
Yeah. So check out my channel. I'm in the chat somewhere saying hi. Anyways, check out my channel, Immortal Rising Comics, every Wednesday so far. Sometimes Thursday because I miss a Wednesday. But we just talk about a lot of indie stuff and just make jokes. So, all right, guys, I'll see you next time.
Have a good one, Aaron.
Thanks for the invite. All right, later.
Always a pleasure, man.
Yes, check out his channel. Like the channel, subscribe to the channel.
Yes. And on that note, I'm going to play the Comic Skater ad again because it's just 45 seconds. Okay, here we go.
Comic Skater!
Quiet! I'm trying to draw. Ugh, you little pest. Just hold still. One more peep and you're in the soup.
Comic Skater.
That's pretty catchy. It's pretty catchy.
Good.
Yeah. I added a video or a link to a video.
Yes.
You don't need to air it or anything, but you were talking about like a video expo or expose on like the sex work and shit.
Oh,
and it reminded me of this video that's almost 20 years old called From the Kitchen to the Controller. And it talks about how video game industry got feminized and destroyed by that crap. And it talks about the 2 female archetypes, the bitch and the hoe.
Really?
And it's like the bitch is like Anita Sarkeesian who pretends to be a victim and all this stuff and demands the environment change to suit her. And then the hoe is the they can't contribute anything of value, so they just basically show their tits and everything, and they get more like credit than the men in that.
Every scene has the hoe.
Well, there's sometimes both. Like they'll act like a victim publicly and then act like a hoe in private.
Yeah.
I mean, this is pretty much the story of women in the workplace. In
Yes.
general. Yeah, no, it really is. Like The Office, right? Like you think about the kind of women who succeed in the office world. Yeah, it's the bitch and the hoe.
Yep.
Yeah.
I set my moves up strategically. Enemy kings are taken easily. Knights move 4 spaces in place of bishops easily. Communicate with.
Girl Gamer 69 for life here, just playing some Modern Warfare 3, and yeah, just leave your comments below telling me which games you want me to play next.
Look at the gameplay in the upper right-hand corner.
Oh my god, I didn't even notice.
I'll be giving away this underwear that I'm wearing right now. Oops, I'm not wearing it anymore.
I'm the one with perfect lips. I'm the one with big brown eyes. I'm the one that sees your lies.
Yeah, they just come into the space for the attention, the money, the control.
Yeah.
They don't like the boys having fun.
I would actually go as far as to say that they are a sign of industrialization.
I would say Bolshevism and cultural rot, but okay.
Yeah.
Well, no, you're 100% right, though, Wrangler. I mean, industrialization is what led to it being possible. Because if it weren't for that, we'd be back to, us.
Now, not saying that all industrialization's evil, yada yada. Because
it's not a criticism, but it's reality. Yeah.
Well, they talk about. Oh, sorry.
No, they would rely on men basically having to do all physical work still.
Yeah, because they didn't come in until everything was already set up. These companies worth millions of dollars. And it was
they were talking
working in the basements. Bethesda was just a handful of dudes working out of a house.
In this video, they talk about how like video games and technology in general, it was always a male-dominated thing. Because technology wasn't exactly accessible to most of us. If you look at like the old, like early 80s, late 70s, like people had to build their computers themselves. The Atari 2600 was, I guess, the most accessible thing we had. And then when video games and touch screens and smartphones and iPhones and everything got super easy, the technology, suddenly guess who shows up? They waltz in. It's you've made the environment comfortable for me.
Time to build an HR department.
Yeah.
Because interestingly, AI might result in men regaining their worth, though.
I mean, you're got a good point because the men can compete with the hot ladies now with the like AI Muppets, right? You can like play a hot babe AI, and the men will have their OnlyFans as hot babes.
You need a hot babe in everything. Like, I'm not lying, man. As soon as you got a hot babe, you technically got a walking, talking mascot, whether she likes it or not.
It is like you're on easy mode if you're a hot babe.
Easier mode, anyways.
Well, no, honestly, you like people want to be near. Like I have seen women that on the illusion of sexual access. It's not even like they've never been like, I'm gonna touch your penis or anything. But like on that illusion, the legion of simps that they attract are just dollar signs.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like they don't even have to do anything.
It's a good way to get 200 followers fast.
200,000. Like look at all the makeup tutorials and shit on YouTube. It's like you're really doing there's nothing. What are you doing?
Well, there's mostly just guys watching it on mute.
Yeah,
but there are multiple things that are going to happen. So they're no longer going to be able to make money off their sexuality. Because, there will be men who will say, "I'm not paying for this anymore." So their sexuality will become valueless, and then male physical prowess can become valuable again because a lot of people will lose their jobs as a result of AI doing computerized work. But physical jobs, a lot of them can't be replaced, like plumbing and
the
trade.
I was mentioning that last week. Well, I was that to this day. I know it's a mundane thing to all of us, but sometimes I'm just washing my hands. I'm like, this plumbing is awesome. People used to have to go carry buckets of water back and forth all day long, and we could just turn it on right there in the faucet.
Yeah.
What's up, Tank?
How you doing,
Hey.
Tank?
Tank Fair.
Yeah.
presents.
So, if anything, and to go to trade school right now.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, auto techs are always needed. Technicians of all sorts. I mean, I saw a meme that said, "Here, I wanted AI to replace my job so I could work on my art, but now my AI is just doing my art so I could keep doing more work."
Comics, game.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we need AI that can do dishes, man.
You see, this is, I think, what's going to happen is just like these industrial women are going to tap out around 30-ish and get married, or they're going to stick through it and become the worst of the worst employees and bosses and retire leaning primarily on their politics as a means to fill the void.
Well, I have said for quite a while, if you want to rebalance the dating in the U.S., remove a lot of the government entitlements, and all of a sudden, guys become more valuable again.
Well, it's there are no feminists in a burning building or in a foxhole.
Or, American feminists, because I remember I dated a chick who was fresh from Colombia, and I learned a lot about their culture. They have the same outlook that women should be out there getting a job, but they also have an outlook like, but she should probably be a mother first, which is
that's anti-feminist.
A woman's
American
nature is contradictory. A woman's brain does not work logically, which is why you should never listen to anything they say. Because whatever they say they want is not actually what they want. In reality, we're driven by our instinctive natures. Women actually want to get married. They want to have children. Anything they say otherwise is all bullshit. It is.
Yeah.
Well, if you were to be like honest, like distilled honesty down to what is the meaning of life, biologically, it's to find a suitable mate and reproduce.
Correct. Thank you so much.
The meaning of life is to buy more comics.
but seriously, like so many people now, especially the women who are the bullshit, the goblins came in and convinced these women.
Go ahead. I got something to say after though.
Like it's really disheartening when you see, because I'm a child of the 70s, so I was kind of like part of the second generation of this garbage, and now that I'm seeing Zoomers in their 20s and like people my generation, the Gen Xers, they're starting to hit their 40s and 50s, and like a lot of them are looking at the boomers that bought into this originally, and there are a lot of women who have hit the wall, who have chased the corporate, climbed the corporate ladder, and now they're going to die alone or get beaten to death by some Nigerian orderly at an old folks home.
But look at the bright side. There's a lot less stray cats now.
Yeah, but the point is though, is like these are the women, like honestly, these are the women that like modern feminists should be listening to, because they're the ones that are now acknowledging, they're like, guys, we were lied to. Like start a family, have a legacy. Those are the most important things.
Yeah,
your
the
job
new trad
is gonna,
wives.
Like jobs come and go, dude.
You really do. Corporations come and go because that's what they're spending their lives, is essentially trying to make the corporation a higher freaking
and they'll drop your ass. Yeah.
Well, that's the whole. And when all the women were shoved out into the workforce, all of a sudden we have double the employees out there, which
half
means,
the
yep, it just devalued the wages.
Yeah, there's a whole meme of the women just like the feminism taught them to get away from being a slave to their husband so they could be independent and strong, and then be a slave to their boss instead. You know?
Yep.
Yeah, they're married to their boss instead of to their husband.
Yeah.
And when her husband says, "I don't want you going out dressed like that," she's like, "Stop trying to control me." But when she goes to work, "Hey, that's inappropriate for the workplace. Don't dress like that." Yes, sir.
Exactly.
Going
Yeah,
back
good
to
point.
the sex thing, this kind of hit me, because he said if you kind of break it down, the whole meaning of life is kind of just fuck and keep the species going. But I realize it's partially true. There's another aspect. I think it's actually to bang and to worship. I say that because I've always seen religion as this interesting phenomenon that seems to spread wherever humanity goes. May it be, insert religion here. cultures that don't even know each other end up worshiping of God, and
That's the primary thing right there, to glorify God.
Yeah, so that's where I kind of add that right next to that, because those seem to be two very strong driving motivators.
I would say one is the instruction and the other is the act. If you don't know the instructions, then you're gonna renege on the act, which is what we're seeing. Where people we're now a more secular society, so they're ignoring the instruction. And now our population is declining.
It's more than that. There's like a mental health factor. It's part of overall biology, like it's just as important as anything else to believe in something greater than you. That's what's wrong. So
you're completely right about that. I mean, humanity is really mainly defined by our ability to even think in that way. Our ability to think of the afterlife and to think of our creation is really what separates humanity from all other life. And you're right. I mean, you basically added something to what Chris said about our biological function is to reproduce, but then beyond that, it is also to understand something beyond our own life.
Yeah. That's technically where we get the entirety of science. Like, think about the mindset you have to look into something and expecting to find some sort of system or law that these surrounding foreign entities and objects essentially follow.
Yeah, no, 100%. Because if it weren't for that, we would not have developed technology. We would have been.
The interesting thing about science is it really started to develop the point where it really started to actually become science that we think of now was about 2,000 years ago. What happened 2,000 years ago?
Amen. Yeah, Jesus.
Yeah.
100%, my friend.
What a world, man. The Western world rocks.
Well, I find it like really sad though when you see these women who've dedicated their entire lives to a false bill of sale. They were sold a lie, and then the humility it takes to understand and to acknowledge that you got tricked, because it's harder to convince somebody that they've been tricked than it is to actually trick someone. And when a woman is like, I got screwed, like I don't have a family, I'm now my looks are gone, now I'm treated like a man, so I have to provide value or nobody gives a shit, like nobody wants to see me unless I can do something for them. Which is not is not what most women experience when they're younger, especially the attractive ones, where people naturally want to see them.
Yeah, so the halo effect is a real thing.
Yeah, and so when you hear older women tell you, like, ladies, like, don't buy into this, like, I don't need no man, like, kids are awful, blah blah blah. Like, they've lived it. They're at the end of their story. They're trying to warn you. And it's sad that a lot of women are like, and we see this today too. A lot of youth, the okay boomer stuff, where they have no respect for those who have come before. And it really weirds me out when I see like 20 somethings with the arrogance of youth, like shitting all over people in their 60s and 70s.
That's because the corporate system that we threw them in via modern day public schooling tells them that you are a victim of the ignorant people that came before you.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. That's Bolshevism or Marxism.
There's a bit of a wake up that's happening though, because as we've seen in the last couple of years, it started where some videos are being shared by women in their 40s. The women who unfortunately have reached this point where they're sad that they haven't had kids, and they're going, oh, what happened? And they're crying about it. And even though they don't realize that what happened is they bought into the lie, they do know that it's too late for them, and they're sad about it. And so in a way, it's good that that's being seen, because the younger generation can go, okay, I'm not gonna fuck around and just party and pretend that like kids don't matter, or not having a family is something I should do.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And yeah, they need to be taught that.
I think there's going to be a reactionary response in the
Yeah.
next generations. It's a waste of time to delay that.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah.
They need to start families. They need to get into church and comic book shops.
Well, it's just there needs to be like tribalism again, and unfortunately, the Western civilization that got co-opted by the goblins, for lack of a better word, they don't stick to their tribe anymore. You know what I mean? Like
families.
everybody else, yeah,
Families need
everybody
to
else.
speak up because you know what it is. There's, I mean, I blame weak men ultimately, because the kind of men who have kind of been too much of a coward to say the truth to women is what has allowed this all to happen. And then also the kinds of families that won't tell their daughters, "Hey, you're headed down a bad path." These are the families letting their daughters succumb to misery, and it's their fault. It really is.
Yeah, and with all the broken homes, the single moms, women can't raise men. So what's coming into adulthood now are these men raised by single women who are weak.
And they're programmed to be soy boys, unfortunately.
Well, and they may not be. Like if you look at like the black community, they're
Patrick's
not
message
they're-
just went up. I got to say something to Patrick here who just came in. He says, "Hail guys, writing tonight but having a good show. Listen, Patrick, you're telling us where your priorities are right now, and I want to know that. I want you to know that you're no longer my best friend. Carbon is now my new best friend."
Okay.
Let it be known.
So last week he was your best friend?
Well, he came on the show last week, so
so when he came on the show, he was your best friend.
we were all good.
No.
But now he's got other priorities, So
Well, I don't think I'll be your best friend forever, Frederick.
That's the way the world goes.
If that's all it takes.
He's gonna have to find one somewhere. He wanted me to be his best friend, but I'm like, no, I'm just here.
Yeah,
to
if I
write
don't
off
show
your
up
success.
anymore, I'm no longer your best friend.
JD Kirby in the house.
Compensation.
No, but I'm happy you finally what's the term, the cherry busted your cherry or
Oh,
put the
pop
show
the cherry,
pop
yeah.
the cherry on the show. So we're happy you're
I
here.
would prefer to say I've graced you with my presence. That's how I would.
It's very
I would put
elegant.
it.
I'm not your best friend anymore. Am I at least a mod on? Yeah, of course. Of course. All you guys, all the commandos are. We need you to be able to, to furnish it with all your information and your knowledge and your years of collecting. I do not have an extensive library. We need you guys' expertise and knowledge and put it in there.
On
What a
Comics
world.
Gator, on the drop down, you need to be the default artist.
Not Eric Withers.
No, I said artist. So yeah, the drop down for artist
Well,
would be
Eric
Frederick
Weathers is also
Guimard.
an artist. He drew his
Whoa.
own book.
My ride is here.
Well, no offense to him, but we know him as the letterer.
Yeah,
The
it's
letter.
true. It's true.
The letter.
And the default writer will be Patrick Quinlan on the drop down.
Yeah.
I'll have to judge his writing.
But
I'm
you
a
know, if I
short
start-
story. I'm a short story author, and I've been getting into comic books more seriously. So I'm looking at them for me, I take the writing just as seriously as the artwork. In fact, I have a larger eye for writing than I do the art. I could be very forgiving, in fact, on a lot of art pieces because it's very easy to please me artistically speaking. But writing wise, you better freaking bring it because I'll just rip your book in half. Literally.
Yeah. We got Tenkage who wants to come on for the first time ever again. That would be his seventh first time. No,
Kind
but
of
Carbon,
Family Guy. It's Stewie's first birthday again.
I don't know if you guys knew that, but this was a reference to my favorite Indian meme. The Indians would meme whenever they were in a fight with one of their friends, and they made the gayest meme. this person is no longer my best friend. So and so is now my new best friend. You guys are not familiar with that meme?
No,
That could be because maybe in India, like they're prepared to be murdered like from week to week. Like they could lose. Any friend could disappear, from week to week. So it's like, oh well, you're my best friend now. For now,
I hope
that
you
could be
stick
it.
around.
Yeah. So the thing is though, if I start doing all that preferential stuff, it's at the cost of the reputation of the site. Like we saw how some people can get really upset for small things. And I stand by like just this choice of making Eric Weathers the default because he's 99%.
Yeah, it's a click saver.
I don't want to start blacklisting people. Like I say, like there's people I don't like. There's people who don't consider themselves Comicsgate. There's people who aren't considered
Frederick-
Comicsgate by other people.
Frederick, it's not blacklisting now. Get with the times. It's called listing of color.
I won't list of color people.
Yeah. No, anyway, but because we come from the whole movement of Comicsgate is being canceled, right? It's about, building your own thing, regardless of cancellation. So the idea is that you come on this site, you see everything that's from the core, right? You got the centerpiece is the three main creators. You got Ethan Van Sciver, you got John Malin and Shane Davis, sorry.
Mm-hmm.
And it just kind of it's an ever-growing circle from there. And you got a hardcore like circle of people who call themselves Comicsgate. And then you got people who affiliate with them but don't call themselves Comicsgate, or in the same circles, the same shows, until you go to the extreme circle where people who are actively kind of in the same space but are anti-Comicsgate. And that's kind of where I draw the line.
Interesting.
Yeah.
But I'm always
Supposed to be
curious.
positive.
I want to hear what you guys think about that too, because it's a big question. Like, because I can't do the Indie Comics website of all things, because Indie Comics is huge. It's millions of
lot
books.
of a net.
So Comicsgate is where I navigate. It's where I am. It's where we all hang out. And at the same time, there's no clear line in the sand either. So it's a gray zone of collaborators, people who work on books who never call themselves Comicsgate, but they're letterers, colorists, inkers, this and that. And there's a mix and mesh, but they need to be in the database because their names are on the books, they're on the credits, they're on the shows, they're affiliated in one way or another.
And then there's me. I'm just futilely hanging on to the term Iron Age for some reason. But
novelists it's still relevant to authors. It's just not in the comic space.
Yeah, and maybe I'm thinking of it wrong, but I just considered Iron Age meaning indie creators of all types, whether it be prose novels, comics, music, game dev, films and movies. I just, all the indie creators, I thought of Iron Age as an umbrella term for the whole kit and caboodle.
Yeah, but there's no comic book artists that call themselves Iron Age.
True.
Yeah, I mean, Iron sounded cool, but part of the problem was that you can't name the age that you're in currently. Like the ages get named after the fact,
Yeah.
So
well,
like,
the term I think was started
back,
by Razor Fist, who was making comics. So it's
I remember.
Weird how that happened.
Yeah, no, I mean it wasn't a terrible idea, but it just kind of didn't work. I think because
it didn't stick. It took off like the term was a flash in the pan. It blew up real big, but it fizzled out. The movement didn't fizzle out, but the term fizzled out. Because
for the most part, it's really just an
out there.
It's really
What's
just
that?
an indie. It's an indie phase when you just think about it, right? Like that
Well,
really
that's
is
why I
what's
said
defining
I'm
it.
futilely hanging on to the term, but
Yeah.
So Tenkage says, get Sven on here. Butch Kelligan rules. Yeah, we were supposed to have him on the Commandos Saturday, but it didn't work out. I did include him in on the Comicsgater site. So I need to add more of his books. I need to add more of everybody's books. Like I was adding Graham Nolan today. I need to add more of Andy Smith stuff. I got to add old books as well as new books. The name hasn't happened yet, correct?
Frederick, I think I'm gonna hop off. My internet is getting spotty. I'm chopping up here.
Well, you're no longer my best friend then, Carbon.
But also,
but thanks you.
Hey, look, you know, this isn't India. This isn't India, you know. We
I
got,
live in Canada, so you know that's not as true over
Close
here.
enough.
As it is over
Thank you. Come again.
But
hey, look, we got clean water. We got clean water, better farming resources. You know, we're safer over here.
Well, I do appreciate you coming on, man, Carbon. It was nice for you to pop your cherry on the Proof of Comics show.
Let's not use that phrase.
Carbon, anything you want to chill on your way out?
Thank you for gracing us with your presence.
No, I appreciate it. No, it's great to come on, and obviously anytime, and yeah, I'll be coming on more often. But
Nice.
yeah, well, right now I could just only promote Commandos as usual. Saturday night, 8:30 p.m. Eastern.
Yes.
On Logos Comics. My Twitter is Damien Chaos.
Yay.
What was that?
That's
said
James. That's how James expresses excitement. You'll get used to him.
All right. Anyway, it was cool hanging with you guys. Have a good night, everybody.
Awesome.
Have a one, man. God bless.
Talk to you later, man.
God bless, guys. Later.
I'm gonna miss him.
He's all like, "Hey, here's my shirt." Gay.
You exude
I didn't
sarcasm.
say gay. I said yay.
He said yay, but it exudes sarcasm.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Us birds do that.
Yeah.
It's supposed I thought it was supposed to come out. Yay! I peed in the
And there was
pool.
much
Yay!
Man.
There we go. Yeah.
Wrong screen, Frederick.
Wait, what wrong screen? What are you talking about?
My screen up. It's time for the show within a show.
Oh, yeah. Oh, hold on. At the
Gotten.
stage. Oh, I got to bring it over here. Yeah, I didn't see it.
Welcome,
Nice.
ladies and gentlemen, to the show within a show, where we check out freaking single issued comics that I pick up and I review them. Eventually, we're going to get some of your guys' books in here once I can afford them and both get them in the mail within the same month. But I have a shit ton of comics to get through. These are 3 separate issues from 3 separate comics that I've read and I was going to show off last week. We're going to go through them one by one. First, we're going to check out Circus Maximus, which is said to be a comic that is a bit of a heist story set in ancient Rome.
And we saw a bit of that last time, but it was kind of like a quick preview that you gave us.
Exactly. It was a quick preview. I think we seen it on the website first. I'd yet to order it. We're checking it out. So this is the official comic book. I ordered it about 2 weeks ago. I ordered the first 2 issues, and we're going to start to dig into this baby. First thing I actually really love about this is the art style. There's something about the colors that just kind of speak to me, that I just really enjoy the colors on this thing.
It's very muted. Yeah.
It is. It's got sort of a muted tone throughout, and it's got real thick lines, which sort of both works for and against, because it does bring a very unique style and flavor to it. But at the same time, the more finite things often in the background really are hard to sort of see the detail within them. You can sort of see this right here in this giant Colosseum area. In the center, it's kind of hard to make out what these aspects are because they don't have those really fine pin lines that you could otherwise have in separate comics. With that said, it goes kind of straight into the action, showing us our main character getting his eyeball removed by our main villain.
Oh,
and
love it. Love it.
Exactly. The artwork, the blood coming off right here, I actually really enjoy. I think the style they're going for really works with it. But the writing itself leaves a lot to be lacking. There's this issue I've seen in comics when a character gets introduced, you just have this third party kind of just announce who this person is. Like, My liege, son of so and so and prince of this kingdom. What are you doing here? This is kind of how this character is introduced. And it's eye rolling. If you're going to introduce your main villain, it's got to be more than just somebody saying his name off screen. Even if your main villain comes in taking out someone's eye on the first freaking page, it's deflating, man. So you got to use your text wisely to do so, and use the space given to you for your villain's introduction. This is the person that they're going to go against, is the main bad guy for the entire series, and he's introduced through a third party. Very deflating. And
you got a good point. I want to second that as well, because you only get one chance to make a first impression. That goes in life, but that's even more true in comics, because your comic story is permanent, right? And I think about that a lot when I bring in a new character in my story. I'm like, okay, this is the first time they're going to be appearing. They got to look freaking cool. They got to look or represent their essence.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, like it's really cool to set it up that your main character gets his eye jabbed out by this Imperial dude that he can't do anything against. There's a lot there, and it does play off of that. But like I said, cheap introductions deflate a good scene. You can't go with the easy stuff. You got to find, the much more intricate and interesting way of introducing these characters. But it sort of does a time lapse. And one thing I was kind of hoping for in this comic, well, I should actually talk about the paneling a little bit. I actually really enjoy the paneling because it's subtle, but it's not too simple, particularly on this page right here, where the background seems to be primarily the white frame, and the separate images are fitting within that frame, leaving small spaces of negative space in between them, but sort of bulking up towards the bottom. I'm sure there's particular terminologies for this. Once again, I'm a short story writer rather than a real in-depth comic book enthusiast. I'm learning as I go, but at the same time, I'm just, I'm passionate about my art consumption. So I'm very much into the small aspects thereof when exploring a new medium, because overall, all of these small elements is what makes the comic, not just a good image here or there or a good spread. Writing, paneling, and the separate artistic pieces in between and how they flow into each other.
Yep.
And I think this one does it very well. I think the writing really needs some work because it's really on the nose. But besides that, the separate panels going from one to the other. Sometimes when you're reading a comic book, you may get confused of which panel comes next. You go directly to the panel below or the one kind of off to the side that seems to be taking up more room.
Yeah, that should never happen.
Every now and then it does happen, at least, when I've been consuming them. But this one doesn't have that issue. And one thing I also like, this is more personal, is I like the wide panels here. I like these wide panels. They feel like they're taking up just the right amount of space. And with their particular art style, this one actually goes for, it's much easier to appreciate them, because when you get the smaller panels, and I said you have these thick lines, it starts to make the smaller details stick out in an ugly sense. Like, it's a little hard to see here, but right here you see this character's face in the background. It looks, you can't see any of the real details there. It looks like it's primarily shaded here on the camera, but when you have it right up close to you, you can see how they're trying to get that detail into this character's face in this background, but it's really not there. It feels like it's lacking. And I think that's a particular limitation of their chosen art style, which is why they went with these wider panels to try to alleviate that. But overall, you have some decent money shots. The story, I don't think is that well paced. I'm afraid. I was kind of like, because I went into this reading the information that they just had on the website, and it said it's a heist story. So I was expecting the beginnings of a heist, these people getting to know each other. It's like, oh, well, I know where this and this is that, or I know, a little bit of information there.
Oh
and they
yeah,
also-
that's the typical formula for a heist film. Like
Yes,
they
which-
meet each other, you're introduced. This is the
Mhm.
specialist for this. This guy has this
Exactly.
role. This guy's the leader. He makes everyone, the
yes,
whole
which is
gang
what-
stick together.
which is what I was kind of hoping for in ancient Rome, and I thought that'd be such an epic setting. But no, this page clearly informs us that our characters already know each other. This is the day of the heist, and our main character's like, well, I just hope everyone's in place and ready to go. And I'm sitting here thinking, oh, okay, so you created a heist story, but you left me out of the planning phase, which is usually a very critical portion.
Well,
of a
yeah,
heist
because
story.
it's the contrast between the planning and how everything fucks up afterwards. That makes it
Exactly.
interesting. yeah.
Exactly. And things do fuck up in this one, but without that heist phase, it feels like, once again, slightly deflated. And I think that may just be due to this being kind of a short series, as this is a 5-issue short series, which is what Mad Cave Studios sort of specializes in, is a short series as well as licensed material. And this is one of their short series. Once again, beautiful art, beautiful paneling. I like the use of negative space on that top panel, which seems to be sort of their style for this comic book, is to
Yeah.
add in a bit of negative space here or there,
Yeah.
or have like a borderless panel, which
Mhm.
is a great way to keep things sort of interesting, mix it up a little bit where the paneling's not too boring. You get this nice layers of artistic, just much more artistic in general. And frankly, it's probably simpler to do.
Well, yeah, the artist probably got a a longer break that day. But,
Exactly.
that's not to say there's not a value of having a negative space here and there.
Absolutely. Like this one's probably a bit more of a crowded shot, but once again, the writing and the pacing is kind of mixed up. As I continued to flip the pages, it felt like a story was constantly trying to move faster to try to use as much of these back pages to fill in as much story as possible with what's essentially a 4-person heist going on, and it's introducing us to the characters as these issues start arriving before the heist even begins. So that's it's difficult to get invested into this when both the conflict is foreign to us, as are the characters involved in the conflict. It's continuous introduction throughout this first issue. It's just introduction to characters and conflict and setting, introduction to characters, conflict, and setting. Give me a quick second. I had to release a cough there. I didn't want you all to hear that. Overall, if you're in it just for the art and you're looking at this and saying, oh, that looks pretty, I enjoy it, I enjoy the setting, I'm not too judgmental on the writing, it may be worth picking up. It's got a beautiful cover. I mean, look at this. I wouldn't mind just hanging that off my shelf alone, but for me, I need the interior to be as good as the exterior, because when I hang these up, when I show these off, I want to say, yeah, this is a really great freaking book here. You should pick it up. I don't want to say, yeah, it's a great cover, but so personally, I wouldn't want to hang this one up. And
I'm seeing more of these like cinematic covers as well. Like, because when I think of a cover, I think of comic book covers, which are almost always like a scene, an action shot, a dramatic thing, but having these collages of the characters and the backgrounds and the settings, and it makes very much more like a movie poster, which is refreshing. Yeah, I like that.
They are nice, and that's a great style to go for, because guess what? Lots of movie fans hang up movie posters because movie posters are beautiful. And you don't see a lot of people getting just basic comic book issues unless they're like very freaking beautiful covers put up there, so this one, I would say, on my absolutely perfect rating system of minus 100,000 to upwards to 1 million, I would give this book personally for myself about 500,064.5.
Okay, so above average.
Slightly above average. I like the art style. The writing leaves a lot to be desired. Will I purchase another issue? No, I will not. I'm
Yeah, the
afraid.
story turned you off, right?
It turned me off, and I want to pick up an issue that makes me want to flip to the next page.
Yeah.
Which is kind of where the next two come into play.
Ooh.
Well, is it the story that turned you off or the way it was delivered?
Well, that's kind of it. I'd say a mix of both. That's a more so delivery, because the story, I'd say, is substantial. It's okay. They try to add in all these interesting elements, but they either didn't have enough pages or didn't parse it out correctly. It really just didn't hit appropriately, because pacing is a big thing. And I felt like on the pacing side of things, Circus Maximus really didn't have it. It was too fast. You didn't get to be introduced to your characters. Those characters were put in dire situations, and you just didn't care about them. So, overall, if you liked what you saw art-wise, it's definitely worth checking out.
Good stuff. Do you have post-its in that comic that we see there, the body trade?
Yeah, I do these for the illustrative novel versions or trade paperbacks, because I was going to get once again, these are 5-issue comics. I have the first 2 issues. This is issue 1 right here, the floppy.
Oh, right.
Yeah. But I found this on sale for the price of 2 issues, so I didn't have to buy 3 extra issues. So I went for this one. And I place these here for just, personal notes.
Nice.
Yeah. This one was probably my favorite so far up until the final issue. Let's talk about this one.
Oh,
this one, but
damn!
This one, it has. First off,
didn't stick the landing, eh?
It deflated itself towards the ending. Okay. Besides the ending, there's so much right about this comic. Let's actually just explore the cover first. It's called The Body Trade.
Yeah, I was saying last time, very Mike Mignola vibes, a lot of shadows, the predominantly flat colors, though we do see a nice gradient in the sky.
Exactly. And there's a lot happening here. You have this character in front of a tree with damp colors, and you have this image of a boy on a screen behind him. So it's got this very technological vibe, and it sort of encapsulates everything that you're going to get in here. That works well. The thing that I'd say sort of sets it off is it's supposed to be set in modern day, but everything kind of has a slight cyberpunk vibe. Like maybe it's 15, 20 years in the future, But besides that slight time disparity, it's pretty damn good comic, and I would read it again. The ending sort of pulls it down a little bit, but besides that, I think there's a lot good here. One thing I do like about the graphic novel that you do not get in the single issues is right here you have a chapter 1 page with a piece of artwork. You don't get this page in the single issues. This isn't there in single issues. So I enjoy this. Every single chapter you'll have the cover art and one of these chapter pages here. So those are real nice. I like that as an addition. I always like it when you buy a new book like this and you add in some more great stuff. Here we have our official first page cover. And then right here, I think this is an absolutely excellent first page. In the top, you have the eyes of a dead animal. And down here, you have panel after panel of that creature sort of decomposing. Paneling wise, I think it's a little simple in this box. I think they could have done a little bit more with this and just put it in this center square. But overall, there's not really a complaint. Right below it, you have yourself a sort of a title of where a character is, and I think it's well placed. Though I think that the yellow font on sort of like a almost yellowish vanilla background could use a little work. Maybe make that border slightly more thicker, but that's barely a complaint. It kind of gets right into it with showing our main character's vehicle, and then the story starts right off the back. As soon as I'm reading this, I'm getting character, I'm getting intrigue, I'm getting interested in what's happening, and every single time I turn the page, it's not only leaving me with more intrigue, but what it's also doing is it's like thickening the plot as it goes, answering some light questions I have, filling me in like the other comic didn't, following one character, which is much more easier to tell a singular story than following upwards to 4 separate characters like the previous one, Circus Maximus, did. And unlike Circus Maximus,
But you could do 4 characters. You just have to balance it out, which they apparently did not do.
It's much more difficult. It's much more difficult, you know, especially if you're trying to have a complex plot, like a bank, you know, a robbery, a heist, and it would be the equivalent of a bank heist in that comic book as well. This one I'd say has a simpler plot. It's much more tight because you're following this singular character, and as soon as we hit this page, is the story sort of played out for us in a dramatic, almost soap opera fashion, which is not a bad thing because a lot of dramatic writing pulls from soap operas. They've sort of
especially comics, dude. There's a lot of well, it's serial storytelling for the most part. Like a lot of times nowadays we have graphic novels which are more fixed stories and closed out. But when it was like serialized stuff, they pulled a lot of like soap opera stuff, like, oh, here's my long lost twin, or we thought you were dead, and you survived that car crash.
Yep, it's all there. It's all there. This one I really enjoy the character writing. Every character has a voice. Every character has a bit of a motivation. What I dislike about the last pages here is it goes from being intriguing to downright cliche in an instant. Now, paneling wise, this one I actually dislike slightly more paneling wise. It feels a bit cluttered. Like, once again, personal taste. I like the much more open panels like this. But when things are just like very small panels placed together like this, for me personally, it feels a bit more cluttered. Not saying this is a horrific paneling job. It's just not my personal favorite.
Yeah, no, I get it a little bit. Like the page on the left seems to have a bit of wasted space, like the building at the top. It's not an incredible angle. And the panel with the car, like at the center, half of your panel is just asphalt with nothing on it.
Yeah.
So could have done a little bit better composition wise.
Exactly. But once again, storytelling wise, I think it does a good job. It's easy to follow panel for panel. And just keep that story going. And once again, writing is actually good in this one, though they do something writing wise I haven't seen in another comic book. Once again, I haven't consumed as much as other people. Let me see if I could find an example for us. Yeah, here's an example right here where they kind of use emoticons instead of words in a sense. But it strangely, at least for me, it kind of fits and works in the story because you never actually stopped and wonder what necessarily.
Yeah, that's more predominant in European books. So especially like a lot of times you'd have curse words were replaced by emoticons.
Yeah.
Like, you'd get skulls and knives and tornadoes would represent curse words and stuff like that.
Absolutely. And there's a fair amount of that in here, but not to like an insulting degree. At least not for me. I think it fits. But this is also sort of where we start seeing some light issues in the fabrics that don't appear until the very end. You have this character here whose motivation is I work for the bad guys, and they never really give them a motive to turn, but it feels like just because they're the black character of the story, they need to be on the good guy side. So as the story continues, this character who clearly proves themselves to be on the bad guy side, a subordinate, this character right here, she ends up becoming somebody that our main character turns to when he has no reason to. And that's
DI stuff, like black characters can't have any faults. They can't really be bad. They're fundamentally good because it's bad to portray black characters as bad because that's the stereotypic. Blah, blah, blah.
Yes, and then of course one of our major villains is just this general white guy here that looks kind of gruff, soldier dude type. Once
You
again,
mentioned this company has a few woke books. Like there's a little bit. It's not full on woke, but you got.
I don't call them.
traces.
I don't consider them a woke company because to be a woke company, everything woke is a purity test. To fail that on any level means that you're not woke. And the idea that they're willing to publish books that are overtly non-woke, to me, kind of just, it gives it a green light. I'm going to avoid your woke stuff like the plague, but anything that's not, I'm probably going to pick up if it's decent.
Yeah, so they're the same ones who like published this John Tiffany, which is modern James Bond-ish book as well.
Did you dig into John Tiffany?
Not yet. I've been like totally obsessed with the website, and I haven't.
Website days. Yeah. Overall, every single issue up to the last one, it begins with me wanting to continue the story from where it left off. I think color-wise is pretty good. Artistically speaking, is pretty good, except for maybe a few panels. I don't think I marked those panels where maybe the hands didn't look necessarily right. But I think that's a particular aspect of this art style where some of the drawings are done just kind of rapidly for the smaller offside things compared to the directly in front of your face aspects of the art. I've noticed it before. It kind of reminds me slightly of Topps comics back in the day because we got a lot of that. But ultimately, what this story is, I should talk slightly about the story, what it's about. I've kind of gone right past it. This story is about a gentleman who was very much a drug user, who ended up through his neglect getting his son in a coma. And there is this company that essentially buys the bodies of coma patients in exchange for a lot of cash and flipping all the bills.
Wait, coma patients were not dead yet?
Yes. And his ex-wife pulled the plug on his son, and he's on a journey to get his son's body back.
Wow, that is cyberpunk. I like that.
Yeah. And they say it takes place in our time, but it feels super cyberpunk all the way through. And every single issue adds slightly more. And the interesting thing towards the end is it doesn't end the way you think it does. The woke aspects that overtly smash you in the face pull away from the overall storytelling. But besides those threads, it actually has a pretty decent ending, minus the fact that it needs maybe another issue or another 5 or 6 pages to really flesh it out. The final issue really is where the final issue has the issues. Let's see, what did I write here? I write snake frame. This is kind of where I was talking about the artwork, some aspects kind of needing extra work here. This is supposed to be a snake. As you can see, kind of looks like I drew it, very squiggly. There's stuff like that from time to time shows up. But ultimately, it doesn't pull away enough from the story.
No, it's just a bit stylistic.
It's stylistic. It's kind of like it feels like it was drawn quickly. But I don't mind at all. It actually reminds me a lot of the old comics I used to collect when I was younger. The woke. All right, this is where the woke starts coming into play. Is this the frame that I think it is? Yes, it's right here. This is when the woke smashes you in the face and you realize that this is heavily politically driven.
Okay.
Because it's
instantly, in the last issue?
The last issue, instantly this character talks about how the main person that has your son is a hey, if you want to see this story, if you like what you hear so far, go watch something else for about 5 minutes and come back.
Spoiler
alert.
Yeah.
But I told you it's woke, so you could probably guess what it is. To be correct. It's a Florida Republican senator has your son, and then this character, who's now the instant good guy, starts talking about how he's against immigration and he did everything he could to fight against trans laws and stuff.
Wow.
And they, mind you, all this is just to color your bad guy. It's all just to color your bad guy. Say you should.
I like
hate
the
him.
guy already.
Yeah, and then when we're introduced to him, knowing that it's now woke, it slightly turns into a comedy because now you're looking for the woke elements.
Yeah.
Which is why you shouldn't write woke, because it deflates. You're introduced to this guy and he's puffing on a crack pipe in front of his Mexican maid.
Oh,
and I
dear
just
Lord.
kind of rolled my eyes. The ending overall, it is slightly more complex than that, but not much more complex. I felt like it ended on a decent. Let's check out this artwork because it just looks badass.
That is cool.
Hell yeah, it's end
It's
page
very
artwork.
graphic. Yeah, love that. Love that simple color again. Very Mike Mignola. You know, reduce the number of almost
Yeah.
flat, but you see there's clouds in the sky and
Absolutely.
yeah.
The
letting
first
the
four
line art
issues-
do the work.
The first
The
four
hands look
issues
good
were
in
really
this
great.
one though. Yeah, we see
Yeah,
beautiful
yeah.
hands.
The first 4 issues really great. The last issue, honestly, it failed to stick the landing. If you're woke,
It's almost like they kept the woke in for 4 issues. They're like, okay, we got to sell this book to as many people as possible. All right, now they bought the last book. Okay, they're in. Okay,
Exactly.
I can spill it out now.
Exactly. So overall, I would give this one, the first 4 issues, I would rank very high. I would rank them about 800,751.28.
Yeah.
Yeah, the last issue as a whole, I would rank this about 765.6 thousand. So on the lower end, slightly dropped 100,000.
Still good though.
Still good. Don't mind buying this one. I'm glad I bought the first 2 issues. Really great stuff. This one I bought on sale for $11.99. So this is not an expensive book, and it's
Yeah.
over 100 pages. So you're going to
No,
get your
that's-
money's worth.
That's a good purchase. Yeah, good one.
Good purchase. Could done without the last issue. Could have been a masterpiece, in
Mhm.
my opinion. Very close. The final one we're going to talk about today is Warwolf.
Wow, that's a strange title. I love, like, these are always very catchy, like very strong words, very simple. Like a kid could, you can remember this title, like Warwolf, 2 W's. It's very comic booky.
Yes. I hope you've been enjoying the show so far. Warwolf was one that I wrestled picking up or not, but I'm kind of glad I did. Essentially, Warwolf is the story about a man who's just a sort of like a born loser.
Is that a
And-
flying saucer in the background?
Yes, he's a born loser, and in the midst of doing like the first week on his security job, an alien invasion occurs, and he personally ends it. Now,
With a power drill in his hands?
with a power drill. Artistically speaking, it's all right. It's acceptable. I don't know necessarily what you'd call this type of art style. It's not as flat as, say, Circus Maximus, but it's kind of similar with a bit more detail and color in it. Overall, I enjoy this one. The paneling, for the most part, is acceptable, but a little boring every now and then. Action-wise is really good. I dig the alien design, and for the most part, the storytelling is good with aspects of woke, but not too many. They have this is an adult, mature magazine. Like this sequence right here actually has a number of sex scenes. One of them being right here that I'm holding my fingers over because it's full blown, and another one down here. But this is an aspect where it's kind of showing this character's life of throughout the years of him becoming less and less of a loser, or sort of examining his loserdom, if you will. And for the most part, it works, except for the scenes. let's say towards the bottom half here, they have a scene of him getting a blowjob from a guy that has zero payoff.
Oh, this is the book you were telling me about.
Yeah, and aspects like that it feels like these panels, they really don't lend to the story, because so far throughout what I've read, I read 3 issues, his sexualization never reappears as a major factor. Though as I'm continuing to read, I'm liking it slightly less and less as I go.
Yeah.
But this issue as a whole, I actually really enjoyed, because the writing is well done. The colors, I absolutely love them. Check out the colors on this top page right there.
Yeah, all the books you've shown tonight that have
beautiful.
great colors.
Yeah. I mean, this seems to be one thing that comic books have done well in the modern age, is really, I don't want to say perfect, but definitely mastered to a great degree, the various artistic expressions and styles there.
Well, ever since they went to digital, they've had better tools, but
yeah,
like it took them a few decades to master because at the beginning there was like lens flare and they were overdoing it a bit.
Yeah.
But now it seems like it's very cinematic.
It is. It's actually like, it's rare that I truly come across a comic that has bad art. Now, granted, I haven't been digging too deep into the well, but from what I've seen so far, most of it's been acceptable to downright good.
Well, you're buying through a publisher, so the publisher's doing like the triage, right? They're filtering it for you.
Hey, we hope, right? We're gonna dig into some of those CG comics.
Dude, well, you have a lot, because there's no filtering with CG. Anyone can call themselves CG, so you have to do your own filtering.
Mm-hmm.
But like, just dude, the art on John Tiffany is fucking 10 out of 10, dude.
Nice.
Dude, we have these beautiful shots, a little bit of nudity here.
Now, this one I love because, like, besides those light woke aspects at the beginning, it never really reappears in this issue. And I think this one, I'm going to call it non-woke, because it doesn't treat those as sort of like a political statement. And when they do sort of slightly appear in later issues, it's more so used to either A, further the story, or B, add complexity to your flawed characters, rather than sort of produce non-flawed characters.
Yeah, because there's a huge difference between a woke story and a woke character, right? You can have a woke character in a non-woke story.
Yeah. And even then, like, it had aspects that lent towards that, but it really didn't hold on to it. And I think this one ends in a really great spot for the first issue. You have these you have these guards that see the loser larger than life destroy a handful of aliens for them just to find out. Let me go back to the previous page here. This lovely, beautiful spread here. Look at that. I put that up on my wall. That the invasion is happening worldwide. And then the other 2 characters are essentially saying, we need to go hide. What are we going to do? Our main character says, oh, we killed those guys. Now I'm going to kill the rest. And that's what sold me on getting to the second issue. Yeah, that's what sold me. And I do have the other 2 issues that have been released, and the story as a whole, as it's been continuing, I'm actually, like I said, liking less and less, because the original was about the invasion, but as they've kind of gone on, they become much more of a commentary on celebrityism, so to say, because our main character in the second issue here, pretty lovely cover art. Look at that.
It's a good, strong cover.
Yeah, I love the colors.
At the top, sorry.
Absolutely. There's a lot of really great stuff to love about this. Zero complaints about the art. I don't have the eye to complain about the art in this book. And also, I just want to say, I like the background. So far, all the issues kind of had this one, but I've always loved just great use of contrast, color, and negative spacing, which this one does have.
It's how you draw focus to the stage.
How you draw the focus, yeah. So this one's kind of where it starts to get more into the wider combat of everybody jumping in and killing these aliens. And once again, one thing I'll point out about this one is that it has wider frames with minimal panels on a page, which I really enjoy. You can enjoy the art so much better that way.
Yeah.
compared to very kind of clustered panels, which is next week. We're going to talk about in a comic book series that has a lot of clustered panels. This one does it for me so well because I love wide shots. I love being able to take in the art. I love these larger ones here. Always room for another money shot.
Yeah, especially in your first few pages.
Exactly. And this one, when the aliens start attacking and the throwdown starts happening, the action that you see is actually quite marvelous. But then it starts kind of exploring his human side more. You kind of see how flawed your main character is. And essentially where it starts to lean less towards the action-packed heroism of your average ordinary day human being, and it turns more into the exploration of this flawed character that happened to stop an alien invasion. It sort of loses me a little bit, and it unfortunately sort of continues down that way. But it looks absolutely beautiful as it does it. The writing is good. I wouldn't say it's the best. Let's say it's acceptable. Paneling, I really love it. With a comic book that actually uses, like, look at this. There's plenty of pages. You're going to see like 4 to 3 panels.
Yeah.
Yet their pacing, page for page, issue per issue, is actually amazing. The pacing in this is amazing with the few amount of pages that it actually has.
Right.
Yeah. So this one, issue 2, is actually pretty enjoyable, but he started getting that aspect where, you know, it's more about the commentary of your character, this flawed individual who becomes essentially a hero. And that unfortunately carries on to issue 3. It has this magnificent cover that promises a lot of action. I don't remember seeing a lot of action in this issue. This one is like kind of where I almost want to stop reading, because he kind of saves the world a second time. And then this is like 10 years later, he's a politician, and it explores him being a politician. Like, it's just him talking about politics, political intrigue. The aliens eventually come back, explores his wife. And
what do you mean explores his wife? The aliens?
Well, no, but sort of like, this is the woman he married. And then they talk about how they pretty much married each other for sex. Like the writing.
Oh, he married a black chick?
Yeah, the writing for a main character, actually, they write him flawed, but for me, he's a bit too shallow.
Okay.
As the issues go on, it doesn't improve on that. He comes off as a wannabe elitist, what you'd imagine Mark Zuckerberg to be in private. Like, you almost have this Mark Zuckerberg-esque character as your lead through this, and it was just really deflating. And at the end, like, here's the artwork for the next issue, which I think the idea of going Warwolf and making it sort of like a magazine spread or a newspaper spread.
Well, yeah, it looks like what do you call them? The trash mag, like
exactly, tabloids.
Tabloid, yeah.
Exactly. So I think that's very good. But so far, Warwolf, the next issue comes out tomorrow. This is a fresh series. Issue 4 comes out tomorrow. And I'm not 100% sure I want to pick it up.
Nah.
It started off great, it kept going good, and then it became more about this individual who became famous rather than the invasion itself, and it started to really lose me in this one. So ultimately, I think this is gonna be our weakest contender tonight. No, not our weakest, because the writing's too good for that. Near our weakest, let's say this one's about a 772,000.1.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, because the weakest one, especially story-wise, was Rome, which is a shame because it was one of the most beautiful as well. I think it's my favorite art style is the one, the story set in Rome.
Absolutely. Circus Maximus,
Yeah.
the Rome story is very beautiful. I actually find myself flipping through the pages just to take a look at it.
Yeah.
Not much for the writing, unfortunately, because you want to like the writing, you want to enjoy the writing along with everything else. But for a heist story, I want to see the planning too in a heist. It's a heist, man.
Now, in some like heist movies, sometimes you see them like it cuts back and forth between them discussing the plan and actually pulling it off. Do you think that's one of those types of setups that only works?
No, that'll work in
on a movie, but not so much in a book or comic. Like
that'll work.
Somebody's like almost like voiceover going over the plan as they're showing them do the plan.
Oh, that could work in a comic.
I'm sure it's been done in a comic, to be honest. Like, it's not that hard. You make a panel and then you just have like your little square in the corner of somebody narrating.
I was wondering if you thought if that was one of those things that it's better served in motion picture rather than still picture. I don't know if that makes a difference to you or not.
It better served. I don't know which one would necessarily be better. Maybe movies, because you got music, you got montage, you got a lot going on there. But in general, I think it could work for comics very well. This has been the sort of show within a show. If you've enjoyed it, next week we do have some more cool stuff to explore comic book wise. Next week we are going to explore the series, which I have all the comics for. Far Down Below.
How many issues?
5 issues. That's
Okay.
the first cover. This is the second one, which I like more.
Oh, that's the one you showed me. Yeah, that's very
Yeah.
cinematic. Like it throws you right in the scene. Very mysterious.
Exactly. Those are
feeling.
the first 2 issues. I have the other 3 I've yet to read right here. Let's go ahead and show them off real quick. This is issue number 3 right here.
Welcome, Apex.
Hey.
Issue number 4. And issue
Oh,
number
that looks
5.
kind of badass.
Yeah.
The number 4.
Yeah.
And are you going to be reviewing that woke comic with the super amazing art with the hot chick?
Yes, that's another one I'm going to put down. Now, this one I'm excited for, Far Down Below, because it's actually a mixture of, I should say a mixture. It's inspired by the Goonies as well as Jules Verne, and it kind of reads like a Goonies story that was written by Shane Black in his prime. It's actually really fun.
Shane Black, the comedian, or
Shane Black, the guy from Predator, the director and writer.
Oh yeah, he acted in the first one too.
Yeah, so we're going to be checking this out next week, and we're also going to be checking out Look Into My Eyes, which is
you got it.
I got it. I got the first 2 issues. I've read the first 2 issues. There's a lot that intrigues me about this that I almost want to buy the 3rd, but I'd probably approach it with caution, and I'm going to talk about that.
I'm
next
looking
week.
forward to that review because I've been smitten with the art style, and there's what do you call it, like a trade paper, like a trade version of that's coming, that's on Amazon, coming out in March, and I really want to get it, but I think it's going to depend on your review, because if the story's really bad, I might skip it. But the art's so inspiring, like a lot of interesting shots and views, and the characters are beautiful.
I'm gonna dig into a lot more, because I'm probably gonna pick up the 3rd issue, because the 2nd issue wasn't bad, but you can kind of tell that it was written by people who wouldn't mind seeing MAGA folks arrested just for existing.
That breaks my heart, man. That breaks my heart.
That's kind of where I'm at. So if I do pick up the further issues, I'm not going to want to officially support it for those reasons.
I hear you, man.
So I'd have to pick them up on a side sale somewhere.
Yeah, for sure. I like, my purchase is going to depend a lot on your review, so we'll see.
Yes, I do have some others that we're going to save for later down the road. But those are the two that we're going to check out next time. We are going to check out Look Into My Eyes and Far Down Below. It's going to be really fun to check them out, guys. Thank you for joining us once again. Now we return to your regular programming, which is basically the same shit, but with a smaller screen.
Nice. I want to review this one next week as you're reviewing that. Same company. I was smitten with this art style as well. I don't think this is going to be woke.
It doesn't look like
just
that.
from looking through it. It looks very James Bondy in the best sense of the word, like beautiful, sexy women. There's a little bit of cinematic nudity. Nothing pornographic, but just like mature audience. And it's so good. It looks so beautiful. So I'm looking forward. I would be absolutely stunned if this was woke.
It doesn't look like it.
Like it doesn't look like it at all.
Uh-huh.
So I'll give you a review of that next week. I have a Mandy Summers book, Gem Shock, that came in a couple of weeks ago.
Nice.
I haven't read it yet. I've been totally obsessed with the website. But the website's kind of like congealed now. It's like most of the major issues have been fixed. There's always some things to work on, but I can slow the pace down and come back to comics and streaming, which I really need to do. Like the website was super important in early this year. But I cannot. Thank you. But I have to switch to actual comic production. But the website, I could go in maintenance mode and just weekend mode, and it'll keep on growing at a good pace. So I'm pretty satisfied with that.
That's what I like to hear, man. It's good stuff. The community needs it. You're filling a niche and a need.
Well, thank you. Yeah, people have been very receptive. That was the big positive thing, especially when you're working like dude, it was like 10, 12-hour days for a month and a half. So the fact that I've gotten so many people that are thrilled about it is a huge relief and
very rewarding.
It is a good reward. So I want to keep seeing it grow, and I want to hopefully now, because I've started to get moderators and just simple users adding content to it. So there's no better feeling, dude, than going onto your own website and seeing users start to populate the content and adding books to it. So that's Apex. This is a hold on, let me grab it.
Yeah, grab it. Put your hands all
sip
over.
of wine. My mouth was getting dry. This is a Jim Lee piece that I'm inking for as an exercise. So I would love to claim drawing this masterpiece, but it is not my creation entirely. I'm just a tracer. I'm just a humble inker on this piece.
Looks nice, man.
But I love it though. I'm learning a lot because I wanted to tackle this piece before doing my own comic.
Oh yeah,
because I'm going to have I want to improve my cityscapes, and working on this piece kind of sets the standard to what a cityscape should feel like.
Oh yeah.
Are you finally learning you don't have to sit there and detail every brick?
Well, sometimes.
Yeah, I don't know. Like there's a lot of detail here. There's a variety in architecture. He doesn't draw every brick in the outline sense, but you do feel that every brick is there.
Yeah.
With the texture, some here, but it's
implied.
not like a formal outline around each one. It's certain.
Yeah,
it hints at the pattern and makes it feel full.
Well, I would argue that's what people should be doing with teeth too. Like, don't make the individual line. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, you start adding in all those lines for the teeth and stuff, and it suddenly looks like they're wearing a grill.
Because a hard black line is very, very strong. You don't want to. You especially now that brings us back to the colors, because you can denote form and shape with color.
Oh yeah.
Nowadays, and that's also an aspect that's interesting when the the artist is the same as the colorist, because
Mm.
you can plan for those things as well. You're like, okay, I'll do the shapes in the coloring phase for this, and I'll just keep the strong dark outline, dark difference in the inking phase. But
Yeah.
I do want to work on the like beautiful use of shadows on the right, on the left, with Batman and Robin here. Batman almost all in the shadows, and the city is just pure light, right? So that's a beautiful piece. I love it. I'm going to be proud to have this on. I think I'm going to frame it and put it on my wall. Not
yeah, man.
in admiration of my own inking, but just the Jim Lee's such a dude. I bought another art book of his. I have 2 artist edition, and the artist editions are like real size. They're the art inside is the 1-to-1 size of the original art. And looking at Jim Lee's artwork it's inspiring and depressing at the same time. You know, it's so good. It's so top of the line. And he's not even my favorite artist. Like, he's definitely probably number 2 or 3. It's not far from there, but like Mark Silvestri, there's something about him that beats Jim Lee. But which is funny because Silvestri has always tried to copy Jim Lee. At least he did back in the day. Everyone tried to copy Jim Lee. Jim Lee's still the record holder for the most number of issues sold with X-Men #1.
Oh, geez.
But you know,
Not
that's
bad, Mr. Lee.
that's a point in time, but it doesn't take away from his talent. I think he's CEO of DC Comics right now. Like, he's highly ranked in DC Comics, and
So he's who we blame.
yeah, unfortunately, I think he has gone woke. I mean, which is it's not
Well-
rare in the art space, to be honest. Like, it's almost
Yeah, it's an inevitability.
artists who are not woke is kind of the exception. Like,
Well, you get blacklisted if you're not woke.
yeah, and I mean, it's just I think it's natural for artists to be open-minded and exploratory in their,
And diluted.
yeah.
Yep.
But
Yeah.
I wouldn't conflate leftism or the Bolshevism that we're seeing, modern wokeness, with any kind of open-mindedness, because it almost feels like the direct opposite of that.
Well, it's like
Well,
a
there's
trap.
a point of opening your mind so much that your brains fall out.
Well,
Yeah, but it's like anybody that defies the dogma, they instantly they have almost like a violent or a very aggressive reaction to anything that defies their orthodoxy. And in my opinion, that sounds more closed-minded than open-minded.
It is weird how it kind of just
Thank
loops
you.
back on itself, huh?
Yeah, the horseshoe theory or whatever. But
I would never say that myself, Apex. I take that as a strong compliment. I really appreciate it. But Jim Lee's got the best inkers. It's very humbling to be working on his pieces. I'll tell you that. If you think highly of yourself and you work on this, it will set you in your proper place.
it'll give you the iron sheik. I want to
You
break
know?
your back and make you humble.
Hopefully it'll make me better. Yeah, I never copied Jim Lee. I copied a bit of Neil Adams, Jill Kane, John Byrne, Jim Steranko, and Jack. Yeah, they're kind of the generation that came before the Image guys, right? So I'm more like Jim Lee, Mark Silvestri, a little bit of Rob Liefeld. Rob Liefeld, I can't say that because I mean people hit on him because he's been terrible at some things.
Yeah.
But he's great at a few handful of things. Like X-Force #1 is still one of the top books in my collection.
I think
And-
that. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, Liefeld's work, whoever his colorist is who does him this service was.
Especially the modern stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, because I remember as a kid seeing some of that and going, dude, I could do better. You know what I mean? Like it's just,
yeah.
You remember the old Captain America with the whatever that was for a torso?
Oh, that was him?
Yeah, and then the joke when
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Nice. But there was that, and then there was he had an aversion to drawing hands and feet. So it was if there was ever an illustration of a character with their feet visible, it was it looked like a coffin or a casket.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I mean, you're not wrong. Like, that's why I have to preface it all the time. I'm just citing him as an inspiration, but it's just a handful of issues where I thought he was inspiring. Most of his body of his work, I would not seek inspiration from. I don't admire it. I haven't found any of his modern stuff compelling enough to pick up, unfortunately. But like, I look back at X-Force #1 and 2 and 3, it's still jaw-dropping how action-packed X-Force #1 is. It's so dynamic, dude. He's got a lot of Jack Kirby in it. He's got those small eyes. He got something in that moment, which is, I think, great, which is still good to go back to, but like not his body of work. Like, you can't say Jim Lee's body of work is so consistent. Same with Mark Silvestri, Todd McFarlane. Again, Todd McFarlane has a lot of issues as well, like his eyes, the anatomy, but he put in a lot more work making everything freaking detailed. He drew the backgrounds. He had his characters anchored in the world they were living in. So
well, it blows my mind, like, when Jim Lee was able to produce stuff like this without like Google Image or without like a Google Satellite or something where he's able to see what a cityscape would look like at that particular vantage.
Oh, dude, you had to buy magazines, National Geographic.
Yeah.
It starts with like Hergé in France, the artist for Tintin. So he would you'd cut off images from magazine and paste them and have like folders and storage units filled with those references. Because if you didn't have them on hand, you didn't have them. There was no computer. Now you don't even need to think about that. It's like Google Image. Like, I drew a lot of them cityscapes, or at least a couple of the shots in my comic. Google Maps, Google Earth.
Yep.
You could place the camera exactly where you need it. The buildings, especially like in Montreal, all the buildings have been rendered in 3D, so I can get exactly the view I want. Screenshot that, and that's my reference. It's incredible, the tools we have nowadays. Like, I draw traditional, but I digital and the modern tools we have is a huge boon.
Yeah, and it really does kind of, it really does make these older artists that are doing the traditional art style, like that much more impressive, because it's like there is no undo on a piece of paper. There's no Control Z or whatever, and there's no Google Earth or what. Like, this was all like what Apex is saying. Like, they there was books and magazines, like, and you had all this stuff that modern people just kind of take for granted. Like, we're like, oh yeah, I can conceive, like, this was all in this dude's head.
But I mean, especially when they're drawing in actual cities like New York and stuff. At least Gotham is a fictional city, so but I'm sure they probably still had some kind of model that they tried to go with to keep things consistent. I'd be surprised.
Oh, I don't think so. I think they were. No, I don't think they had a model for. They're not that tight on consistency. You'd have character sheets. You could reference past. So a lot of the artists are big fans, so they would reference past stuff, but they wouldn't. It's not as consistent as a movie production would be, for example. And even movies are not like consistent between sequels. A lot of times, a lot of stuff gets thrown away and it doesn't transfer.
Or they film the sequel in a completely different city and try and tell you it's the same one when the skyline looks totally different.
Yeah, you could have different directors, you could have different production teams, all that. And but they do have character sheets. Like I have a couple here as well. Like, I'm starting to build my own. They're not complete yet, but like, I'm starting to build my own character sheets. Yeah, turnarounds.
You guys know that show Fringe?
Giggity. Yeah, dude. Big fan of Fringe.
Yeah, I remember when they were zooming in on a city skyscape and it said Western Massachusetts. And I'm like, That's Hartford, Connecticut. I'm looking at it right outside my window. That's Hartford. They got the big gold building right there, that big gold rectangular building, the boat building. This is all very distinct, and they're saying Western Massachusetts. I'm like,
They don't give a
no,
shit.
it's not.
No one gives
Dude,
a shit.
So funny thing about Fringe, like I'm big fan of the show. I thought Faux Olivia was hotter than Olivia though, but like about 20 years ago, or when toward the earlier years of Facebook, Fringe had like their marketing team or whatever doing their stuff, and when the show ended, it got canceled or whatever, it went off the air with the final season. The marketing people were still kind of pushing, hey, here's some stuff, and I had replied, like I said something jokingly about like it was like Jessica Nicole's birthday or whatever. She was the chick that played Astrid, the caretaker of Walter Bishop. And I said something like, "Oh, I love Ostrich. I hope Asterix has a great birthday." And all, and like they're like, "Oh, hey, you've been
got her name right until the very last episode or something like that."
It was so well written, but like it was funny because the marketing person said, "Hey, we noticed you're a big fan or whatever. We're giving, as part of like the sweepstakes or like a contest or whatever, we're giving away props or material or whatever from the show." And they gave me the entire production Bible.
Wow.
Really? Whoa, dude.
Yeah, it has the dossiers on the Watchers. It's a thick book. It's about 2 inches thick, and it's got like all the it's fake oak tag folders because it's all like printed to look like it was like a government files, and it's got everything that you've ever wanted as a production designer to know about the Fringe. Like
crazy.
Yeah,
I heard The Office
played
has it
Olivia
in.
had some gorgeous eyes.
Yeah, I never saw Fringe, but
and Walter was that show.
Oh God, yeah, John Noble. He's like Robin Williams, where he can do a funny character and he can do an equally menacing character in the same scene.
Yes, he could. It was amazing.
All right, guys, I gotta head out. My dogs are like,
all right, have a good one, James. Thanks for
have a great night, James.
Yeah, have a good one, man.
book cam.
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
that was great with the books.
Yeah, and stay
Thanks
tuned.
for the music for the trailer, by the way. Like, super proud. People love it, and I thank you so much for making that, man.
Yeah, you can thank failed Stadia because that's what inspired it. But it failed. All right, have a good one, guys. And I'm really glad to hear about the website. Stay tuned for next week, fellas.
That's right.
Later.
Yeah,
And,
I'm gonna take some photos of that Bible and put it up.
Dude,
on
you should
Twitter.
do a fucking flip through it at one point. A book cam flip through.
Yeah, it's probably my that and my Larry Elmore signed Larry Elmore art books. Those are like my prized possessions. So if my house burns down, sorry, Kitty.
The kitty better hold on to those books if he wants to
Yeah.
save.
He's got legs. He can jump.
Yeah, I heard that the Office had a really good Bible as well. Like I've started building my own story Bible. I mean, it's just a text file, right? It's not a printed out thing.
Oh, yeah.
But I'm jotting all the ideas. Every time I have a single idea, I'm like, oh, I got to put it down real quick because I know I'm going to forget 80% of it.
Yeah.
You read it afterwards and you're like, oh, I forgot about that piece. Oh, that's good. Okay. And you never know when you need an idea for a story. You can just go through that and you're like, oh, I can bounce off this and work off this and build that into the character development and all that.
Well, that I had a teacher once tell me in high school, a very wise teacher told me once, never remember what you don't have to.
Yeah.
And having like a design Bible like that because like a lot of times you'll have like a great idea in the shower or you're walking, or whatever. And it's like, dude, write that shit down or like type it on your phone or do something because you're going to forget it and you're going to hate yourself for it because it's like, oh, it was so good.
Oh, yes, that is so true.
Yeah. I'm about to hit 50. So like my memory is not as good. So that makes me value writing down way more than I used to.
Yeah.
I'm about to turn 51, and it's not that my memory went bad. It's just that it never went good.
Yeah, I've been sunsetting now since I was in my teens. So,
Yeah, and if you smoke a little bit, that affects it greatly as well, which
Oh, God.
I did for a long time, unfortunately. I've been clean for almost a year now, so I'm starting to get rid of that fog. But I don't think it'll ever come back to when I was in my teens. Your mind is so sharp, so everything is. You can't imagine forgetting anything.
Yeah, my smog is lifting too. I'm not sure how long I've been off the smoke, but it's been a while. I'm still on the nicotine, and my lungs are mad at me for it.
But that doesn't affect memory. That's
but
not.
But I still super chat 420 because it kind of became my thing. So, but
well, it's because it's Hitler's birthday, right?
Oh, that's why it's so significant.
You don't have to answer that, Wrangler. Talk to your lawyer.
And here I thought it was just a dumb pot joke.
It is and it isn't. All right, gentlemen.
You know what? Maybe he should have used some of that and things would have been a little calmer back in the 30s and 40s.
Well,
Yeah. We averted the Holocaust by getting everybody baked off their gourd.
We'll get into all that and more next week, folks, because this brings us to the end of the show, and it is showtime.
Convoy, 12 o'clock, on my command! Deploy! Now! Little off course here! Holy mommy fucking shit!
Oh, there they are. Look at these gorgeous sons of bitches.
That's never gonna get old.
No, I love it. It's an evergreen, man. It's so good. Let's start with our guest here tonight, Chris. Tell us what you're working on and where can people find you?
Yeah, I'm working on book 3 of the Infinitale Chronicles series. Books 1 and 2 are available on Amazon, and they're competitively priced, so you know you can trust me. What is it? I think the first book's like under $10 here in the States. I can't.
That's good.
Yeah, and then the second book is the second book's 123 pages, and I think it's like $14.99 or something. I can't remember. I tried to go with full color. Yeah,
that's crazy good prices.
Hell yeah, man! Yeah, grab them while you can. On you can head on over to
Jewish.
Oh my god, I'm doing wrong for my people.
Okay,
No,
I see them here in Canada. The number 1 is $11.93 Canadian Prime, including shipping. That's crazy. And the second one is $21.
Chris, you should quote the old Crazy Eddie commercials in that voice.
The
prices are insane.
And so am I.
I'm gonna wish list them both and pick them up.
Hell yeah. Yeah, maybe you can help counteract the what is it, the review bombing I got the other last year or whatever.
Yeah, I heard about it. You told me about
You can clearly see too on book 1 with the 1 stars that are like, this book is, this book is shit, don't buy it, it's trash or whatever. And it's like, I'm not seeing any confirmed purchase or whatever, like all the other ones. Like all the other ones, there's like 4 stars, 5 stars, and they're like, yeah, great book. And it says like confirmed purchase on this date. And I'm like, oh gee. My thing is I don't mind negative feedback, but that clearly wasn't negative feedback. That was just
Not
somebody
real,
butthurt.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Rule of
yeah,
thumb,
so-
I ignore 1-star reviews because if somebody didn't like it that much, they would never gotten to the point of leaving the review to begin with.
Yeah,
the
that
only
was a
time
good-
I ever read 1-star reviews is for entertainment factor.
Your second
Yeah.
book only has one review, but it's a 5-star. So
Oh shit!
at least in
Oh,
Canada,
yeah.
I don't know if this is the same rating in Canada. Because your first book has got 74% 5-star, 16% 4-star, and 10% 3-star. So making it 4.6 out of 5, at least on the Canadian Amazon.
Yeah. I think that's also on the American one. But yeah, like so I'm working with Nerium Nova on book 3. People who backed during the book 2 campaign actually got a preview of book 3, like the black and white version. The campaign when book 3 comes out, the crowdfunding version will be in color. So don't think that just because the preview's in black and white, the final copy will also be. Like I'm a stickler for color. I'm a big fan of it. So I'm trying to make all my books full color. And yeah, we're pretty well into production for book 3. We're hoping to get it out by probably end of summer 2027, so next year sometime. But yeah, it's going to be a beefy book too. And for those that enjoyed books 1 and 2, this is, we're finally into the swing of it. The first one was kind of an introduction. The second one was kind of a setting up some of the stakes. And now the third one, it's called Advent of Sorrows, and it delivers.
Nice. Yeah, they say the third book sells your first and second one. So at least it does in novels. I'm looking forward to see if it works the same way in comics as well.
Yeah, fingers crossed.
I mean, I know as a Canadian, I look to buy multiples, like at least 2, sometimes 3 before I order them, because the shipping just it kills the price. Right? It only starts to be worth it after 2-3 books.
Yeah, it kind of broke my heart when I put this up on Amazon, and it's kind of like the passive income thing, because Kindle Direct Publishing, it's fire and forget. I don't have to keep inventory on this stuff. It's all print on demand. But it broke my heart when I had a friend over in Australia go to buy the first book, and it was like $20 because of all like the and I'm like, yeah, and it's so frustrating when you're like, as an American or like as a Canadian, like trying to do international business, and we just get screwed. Like Europeans are like, I'd like to buy your book, but I don't want to take a second mortgage out on my house.
People can't even, like, Warhammer would not exist in Australia if it wasn't for pirated sprues.
Yeah.
There's one guy who buys them over there and then makes like his own like reprints of the plastic, because no one can afford, because first of all, it's expensive to have in America. In Australia, it's just it's not even possible.
It's prohibitively overpriced. Yeah,
3D printing is changing the game a little bit though.
Yeah, it just I wish there were, like, I mean, obviously I offer digital versions of the books and stuff, but like there's got to be a better way of getting international business, because it's not like it's not costing me more money. I mean, clearly the shipping doesn't help, but like recipients, they have all these duties, all these like tariffs and all this crap, and it's like, how are we supposed to, as Canadians or as Americans, how are we supposed to compete against people in Asia or people in Europe who like aren't, their books aren't or their products aren't like saddled by all of these tariffs and stuff?
Yeah, we're in a point of crisis right now.
Yeah.
Like, we've got incredibly good stories, good talent that's working on incredible stuff, but we've got a broken distribution system. We're surviving off crowdfunding, which is a godsend because they would just not exist, the market.
Oh yeah.
But I don't think this is going to stay this way forever. Like there's going to be something that comes out. Even the mainstream is dying. Like DC, dude, they're actually actively talking about possibly stopping the printing of comics at DC. Like DC, and if it happens with DC, it might happen with Marvel. So American comics might die in the form that we know it. Like the medium will never die, but the old way of doing things might be a relic of the past at some point. So we're going to have to reinvent the way we do things, like distribution. And if you look at what the way Europe does it, I don't know how Japan does it. I think Japan does a lot through magazines, and the popularity of the mangas and magazines determines what gets a book. In Europe, it's much more like the book market, in the sense that I forgot where I was going with this, but
the bande dessinée,
the distribution. So the distribution is kind of the same as bande dessinée is very much close to books, right? So things are sold in bookstores. You don't have your own isolated comic book shops. It's you go to a bookstore, you can pick up a Sherlock Holmes, a mystery book, a horror book, a picture book, or a bande dessinée. They all have their sections. It's not an isolated comic book shop. And comics are still kind of made the way they used to be in the 50s and 60s as a byproduct of newspapers, which I think we can move past that now.
Yeah. Newspapers are kind of irrelevant when you have social media and news sites,
Yeah.
But I also like one thing that kind of I think holds us back internationally is a lack of like localization. Like I did a poll or a survey on my first book and found that the majority of my backers were actually European.
Really?
Yeah, it's like, Infinito, how do you say that en français, like having that book in German, having that book in French, or what other language that these customers are buying the books. It just, I don't want to be that Americanism where it's
probably
like
Italian, the fumettis.
Yeah.
I could help you with the French.
Oh, ça c'est bon.
Yeah, so especially to get started, like if you want to send samples to publishers out there in France, I could probably help you with that, because you don't need to have a full book to send in the beginning, or you can send like a few translated pages and the art for the rest of the stuff. Let me know. We could definitely translating stuff is not too hard for comics, because it's not dialogue heavy most of the time.
Yeah. Well, I think I'm definitely going to target the big three, or possibly the big four, being French, German, Spanish, and then maybe Japanese. Because I did the manga version, and all the onomatopoeia was in Japanese, and my Japanese backers didn't give me shit for my terrible Japanese. So I was like, okay,
That's
I
usually a
think
pretty good sign.
It's because they're too polite, Chris.
No, I have some Hone friends that when you have friends that are Japanese and they're friends, they don't hold back. Like the Japanese culture is split between the tatame, which is like you sing very interestingly, to the Hone, dude, you fucking suck. So I got
shame on your family.
There's multiple generations of shame.
No, that's an insult. That's a book. That's a criticism. People are soft skin over here, but multiple generations of your family.
Tonga Tokina.
We need to bring back generations.
Our ancestors frown on you.
Yeah.
You are not the person Mr. Rogers believes you are.
I gotta show you. Remind me next time you're on, which hopefully will be soon, because it's fun having you here. But there's
thanks,
one, L'Oiseau du Temps, the Bird of Time. It's a collection, a book, a European book. I think you would freaking love that one. The art's incredible. It's got interesting paneling for a French bande dessinée. And it's just beautiful, like fantasy. I think you would really love that. I should give it a go on the camera next time.
Now, I thought the Bird of Time was what I waved at the car in front of me that's going too slow.
Did you ever see Did you ever see that one that Bancroft showed off? It was a Disney book. It was like the Lost Island or something, or
The Epstein
it was-
Island?
Yeah, it was in Francais, but it was like hardcover, gold leaf, whatever. But it was Disney, like Mickey Mouse and Goofy and all that stuff. But like, it had some of the most gorgeous art I've ever seen. Like,
really,
I've never seen Disney made that way. Like, whoever the artist was over in France that did this, like it was better than Disney.
Well,
You know,
yeah,
that's-
they have they have a tradition of classical training in the arts that is not found in America.
yeah.
So most bande dessinée artists are like 10 times as skilled as the American ones. Like you show, like if you do a draw a horse competition, the Europeans win hands down.
Yeah.
Now, that being said, I still prefer the Americans because Americans break the rules and take risks and make the books more dynamic and interesting to me. But I still like to see well-drawn horses, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So there's a balance in there. Like
Like
Japanese,
and Brave Star.
the Japanese are super dynamic as well, like very over the top with that stuff. But they all look the same style. It's all pointy nose, pointy chin.
Oh,
And
yeah.
To me, I get tired of that style.
Well, they have a very rigid way of designing characters too. Like if you've noticed in every story, the primary protagonist in like a show, what is it? God, I'm retarded right now, but I can't remember. But basically, the manga that are targeted towards boys, like all of the heroes or the main protagonist is a reckless, fiery, like young boy.
Yeah.
You know, and then he has his older or physically larger, physically superior, like mentor style or like old buddy or whatever, that's like clearly physically superior to him, but for some reason can't kick his ass. And then there's like the plucky girl who's, yay, I'm stupid, you know. And then there's like the like, you know, the older, calmer, wiser, more like cunning woman or whatever, you know, the more experienced. And
Very
it's like
formulaic, yeah.
yeah, it's so rigidly formulaic that like you already know the story just by looking at the characters.
Yeah, that's a shame.
Like the boy's teacher in Full Metal Alchemist.
Oh yeah. Well, Full Metal Alchemist. You got the what's his? Was it not Ed Alphonse or no? I guess it was Ed Elric or whatever. But like he's got the fiery. He's a young, you know, fiery younger like aggressive guy or whatever. And then his brother is like in this huge suit of armor that's like the calm and collected one.
Yeah.
And it's like,
yeah.
yeah.
Well, his soul is trapped in there. Yeah.
Yeah, but the lady that was their mentor that taught them everything, she's as stoic as they come.
Yeah. It would be nice if the Japanese mangaka or like, and I understand why they don't stray from it because it's like if it ain't broke,
'Cause it
don't
works.
fix it.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
they're
at the
actually
same
selling,
time-
contrary to American comics right now.
Yeah, and it's like I honestly think that's kind of where the strength lies in like the indie sphere is where you get the rules breakers, the experimenters, but they still have a reverence for the, you know, like the French, you know, the French artists that can draw horses correctly, and you know the rules breaking of the Americans and the Canadians, and then the, you know, the what sells, the compelling parts of you know, manga. You put all three of those together into a fusion and you got yourself a jackpot.
And you got yourself Infinitel Chronicles.
Ooh, thank you. I wish I could sell, but okay, I'll take it.
That's good, man. Good. And that brings us to Wrangler here. Wrangler, what are you working on, and where can people find you? And by people, I mean stalkers.
Well, you can find my books on Amazon, Haley Star Bad Kitty and Bad Kitty Haley's World. They are magic-fueled sci-fi adventures, a little bit fantasy, a little bit Goonies, a whole lot of fun. I am currently working on book 3 in this series. Let's see. Whoops, wrong button. Hang on. All right, it's not working. I don't know what.
Oh,
There we go. I just dropped a link in the chat to my Amazon, and you can find the books 1 and 2 there. I am currently working on book 3, and Frederick has a nice illustration going on to depict what's going on there. They're all grown up now, and they're off on new adventures, so you could be looking for books 3 and 4. I'm hoping to have those out near the end of the year.
Dude, I'm so proud of the way the face ended up, because it was
yeah,
evolving in the
Yeah, man.
penciling phase so much.
Oh, she came out awesome, dude.
The inking
Oh,
is
yeah.
so final that,
Elizabeth looks great too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to finish them. I'm gonna be spending more time inking and doing comics from here on. So it's coming back, folks. The website's taken back burner a little bit.
Yeah, so they're 10 years old in book 1, 11 years old in book 2, and in book 3 and 4, they are grown up and taking things to new levels. So you can go ahead and check that out. You could also go to my Substack, where chapters 1 and 2 of the first book are up there to read for free, as well as a short story set in the same continuity, following the adventures of some LA detectives trying to solve a missing persons case. And don't forget to check out my YouTube channel. Do a channel search for @Wrangler212. And every Monday night at 8:05 Eastern, we do the weekly Wing It, where you see many of the same folks you see here. Frederick, I think last week you called it the sister shows.
Well, dude, I learned how to wing it from you.
Yeah, but
I learned it by watching you.
yeah, I started winging it, and Frederick looked at that and said, "Oh, I can do that. I can do
wing
that
it as
better."
well.
And he did. But yeah, you'll see many of the same folks as over here, except it's usually a little bit more of an open topic, just whatever comes up. Quite often, we're just as surprised by what we say as you are, because we don't know what we're talking about. However, this upcoming week, we might have a little bit of a plan. We're going to be discussing the character creation between in TTRPGs, the relationship between player and DM in the character creation process. So that should be interesting. I'm going to get as many TTRPG players as I can for that panel, so we can discuss that and the give and take and the dynamics for. And it'll probably go into world building and story aspects, because we all make stories, and that's kind of what we all end up revolving around. So go ahead, check that out. Channel search @Wrangler212 and hang out with us in the live chat, because the live chat drives it just as much as everyone on the panel. So everybody's part of the conversation. Come hang out.
That's right. And have a look-see at the trailer here.
Amy and Elizabeth are back, and this time the Spuds are really going to fly. Who's wild? And this time the Spuds are really going to fly. And Haley's world. Who's wild? And this time the Spuds are really going to fly. Who's world? And this time the Spuds are really going to fly.
Yes, with that arm-mounted potato gun, she redefines carb loading.
Nice. And I have been your host, Frédéric Guimond. I have a comic book called RetellComic.com with this character here. Oh, I need to finish as well. This one's long overdue.
Now
And
count the speed lines.
Yeah.
I will let Grok do that for me. That's what AI was created for.
Yeah.
And speaking of AI, I am promoting my new comic book website called Comic Skater. Have a look-see at the short trailer here.
Comic
I'm trying to draw. Ugh, you little pest. Just hold still. One more peep and you're in the soup.
You're in the soup. No soup for you.
No soup. Yeah. The alligator soup Nazi. Thank you so much for watching, especially all you people who watched all the way to the end. I truly appreciate you. Stay tuned next week. We're looking forward to continuing the conversation with you all. Have a good one.
God bless everybody.
God bless you all.
The sun has gone to bed, and so must I. So long, farewell. Auf Wiedersehen, goodbye, 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 goodbye.
Hello, Bitcoiners. Thank you very much. Hello. It's good to be with you. It's good to be with you.